So just give me one moment, please. And everyone, please make sure you're muted. All right, everyone, welcome to the 187 District Court. These are the rules of the 187 District Court. First off, let's not make today a Monday. Let's keep today as the glorious Wednesday that it is. The other thing, you are in a courtroom. If you are at your house, you're still in the courtroom. I require that everyone behave professionally on Zoom. If you do not behave professionally on Zoom, you will be required to appear in the courtroom, and you will be required to appear in the courtroom today. The other thing, to all of the people, the inmates who are at the Bexar County Jail, you're not allowed to use the chat box. If you use the chat box, you will be sent back. No one, be it inmates, whoever you may be, you are not allowed to use this Zoom to pick up dates. This is not The Bachelor, it's not The Bachelorette. You want to pick up a date, you need to do that on your own time. To everyone else, to attorneys, if you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, no matter how small it is, if it is something that is going on the record, you need to put in the chat box to Norma Ferguson. She's listed as Ferguson coordinator. You need to put what the agreement is, because if we're going forward, your client will need certain paperwork. If your client is on bond, you will need to send your client's email address to Ms. Ferguson and also to the attorneys. Please do not send a chat to Ms. Ferguson or an email or text her asking if your case can be reset. I'm the only person who can reset your case. I'm going to open up the breakout rooms. When I open up the breakout rooms, it will invite everyone to go. Do not go to a breakout room unless I specifically call your name and assign you to a breakout room. To all of the clients, your attorneys, more likely than not, will want to speak to the prosecutor before they speak to you. Trust me, you will get a chance to speak to your attorney. So do not ask if you can go to the room with your attorney, or whether or not, am I supposed to be in the room with my attorney? If your name is not called to go to a breakout room, then you have not been invited to that breakout room yet. I'm going to call your attorney's name. Your name will not be called. If you do not hear your attorney's name called, please do not ask me, hey, I didn't hear my attorney's name called. The reason why your attorney's name has not been called is because they're not on this Zoom screen. Trust me, they're probably Zooming in another courtroom or in another courtroom. You will have an opportunity to speak with your attorney today. To the attorneys, I'm going to call the names of each of you. That's the order in which you'll appear. If you see that you are low on the list and you want to Zoom to another court, you're more than welcome to Zoom to another court. However, if you Zoom to another court and your name is called, you will be skipped over. Attorneys, as you can tell, there are more defense attorneys than there are prosecutors. When I send you to a breakout room, be patient. Consider it like the doctor's office. When you go to that breakout room, you're getting your weight checked and your blood pressure checked before the doctor sees you. If you leave the breakout room to come back to this room to tell me that a prosecutor has not come there, the prosecutor will see that that room is empty and it will skip over you and go to the next room. The prosecutors have the ability to move throughout the rooms. So this is the order in which the attorneys will appear. Callahan, Smith, Nitz, Padilla, Corley, Lesniak, Canales, Hernandez, Featherston, Goings, Trevino, Woods, Rabago. Is there any defense attorneys, Livingston, any other attorney's name that I've missed?
Rodolfo Cepeda, Your Honor.
All right, anyone else?
Joseph Acevedo.
Anyone else? Deputy Laura, is there anyone else in the courtroom that I missed? I'm sorry, courtroom, I can't hear you. All right, everyone, just give me one moment.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Excellent. Sorry, Your Honor. Jonathan Ross for Miss Michelle Johnson, Your Honor, although I'm still waiting for her.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, to attorneys, that's the order in which you will appear. Attorneys, when I call your name, please tell me the name of your client and whether your client is with criminal trial division or family violence. All right, first person up is Callahan. All right, Anthony Smith.
Yes, Your Honor. My client is Carlos Gonzalez, and it is a drug case.
All right, and to all the attorneys, I know some of you are listed as attorney. If you see me removing the words attorney from your name, it's because when I type in your client's name, there's not enough room for attorney in your client's name.
Just hand it to him and just say.
So I'm sending you to breakout room number 2, Anthony.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Nitz. Jason Nitz.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm here. I have James Lidgy,
How do you spell the last name?
Lidji.
Criminal Trial Division of Family Violence.
Criminal trial.
I'll send you to breakout room number 3.
Thank you.
Javier Padilla.
Here you are. My client is Jerry Fernandez. But I have not heard from him, Judge. You said it's a violation report. I have had no contact with him, other than the first time I spoke to him while he was in custody. Thereafter, he made bond, and I haven't had any contact with him.
All right, we'll see if your client shows. Just give me a moment.
All right.
Linda Corley.
Yes, Your Honor, family violence, Gilbert Balderas, and it is an MTR. He is in custody.
All right, I'll see you to breakout room number 4.
Thank you.
Ms. Lesniak.
Client is Raymond Gutierrez. This is a motion to revoke on a drug charge.
And you said Gutierrez?
Yes.
All right, I'll see you to breakout room number 5.
Judge, this is Hunter.
Yes.
When you get a sec, could you please make me co-host? I switched from phone to computer.
All right, thank you. I've done it.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Canales.
Yes, Judge.
Canales.
Yes,
Yes.
Judge. I have Angelina Macias, criminal trial. She has 2 cases.
All right, I'll send you to breakout room number 6.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Oscar Hernandez.
Morning, Judge. Fabian Herrera, 2020 CR 3635 CTD. We're only here to find out the status of the PTD from last month.
All right, just give us a moment.
This time, I need anyone who believes your case should have been called but did not hear your case called to post the cause number.
We'll be right back with you, Mr. Hernandez. All right, Featherston. Featherston in the courtroom.
Okay.
Courtroom, is there a Featherston? Is Robert Featherston in the courtroom?
I believe he stepped out in the hall, Your Honor. I'll try it again.
Oh, no problem. Michael Goins.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here on Crystal Watson. It's Criminal Trial Division. We're hearing a bond violation.
Okay. I'll send you to breakout room number 7.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Fernando Trevino.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, who do you have?
I have Nicholas Rios. And it's it's an alleged assault on a pregnant person, so it could be a family violence or a CTD.
All right. I'll send you to breakout room number 8. Bo Woods.
Top of the morning to you, Judge.
Top of the morning. So who do you
Mine's
have?
a criminal trial, Erica Cox, a criminal trial.
I'll send you to breakout room number 9.
Thank you, Judge. I talked with Hunter last time.
Okay. Anthony Rabago.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Who do you have?
I am here on a sentencing for Carlos Vasquez, Criminal Trial Division to DWI.
Do you need to speak with your client?
I think I need to review the PSI and speak with him about that.
All right. Have you received the PSI?
I haven't, not yet.
All right. If you put your email in the chat box to Ms. Reyes, she'll send that to you.
Great, thank you.
And I'm going to send you to a breakout room, but put that information in the chat box before you go to the breakout room. Otherwise, it won't appear for her. And I'm sending you to breakout room number 10. Is your client in custody or on bond? You're muted.
He's on bond, Judge.
All right. Is there a Carlos Vasquez here? Carlos Vasquez.
He should be in the courtroom.
All right. Thank you. To the courtroom, if you can go to breakout room number 10, please. And before you go, I'm going to make you a co-host. All right, Brenda Livingston.
Good morning. I have James Jenkins. It's a CTD. Please, we haven't done the paperwork.
It's a plea?
Yes.
And has all the paperwork been completed?
No, ma'am.
All right. Has the state sent the paperwork to you?
No.
All right. Let me send you to a breakout room. I'll send you to breakout room number 11.
Okay.
And a prosecutor will meet you there to get the paperwork information to you.
Okay, great.
Rodolfo Zepeda.
Yes, Your Honor, it's It's a Vincent Guerra. It's an MTR, but I filed a motion to withdraw yesterday. So he also said he was gonna hire someone. That's another reason.
Is your client in custody or on bond?
He's in custody, Your Honor.
All right, just give me one moment and we'll take that up in a second.
Oh, it's because I'm in the main room.
All right, Acevedo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, who do you have?
Smith,
I'm sorry, who?
first name is AHSAUN. Smith is the last name.
Criminal Trial Division or Family Violence?
Criminal Trial Division.
All
And
right,
Your
I'll-
Honor, he was required to be there in person. With your permission, he's here at my office so we could go over the plea bargain and thereafter I could send him in accordance to your order. Is that
All right.
okay?
Yes, I'll send you to breakout room number 12. Do you have a
Thank you.
plea bargain agreement from the state, the paperwork?
I'm gonna visit with them and then get it together.
All right, I'm sending you to breakout room number 12.
Thank you.
Jonathan Ross,
Yes, Your Honor. Is that
just
picking
one
up?
moment. Who is LG Stylo number 6 who's driving? You need to unmute yourself.
Yes, Your Honor. I
Just one
am
moment,
here-
Mr. Ross. LG Stylo number 6. Why do you think it's okay to drive in Zoom? Find your place, park. I'm not going to be a witness to an accident or cause an accident. I don't know what you're thinking. And if you don't find a place to park within 5 minutes, you're going to be required to appear in court. Yes, Mr. Ross.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm here for Miss Michelle Johnson. I believe she's supposed to be here in person. I will let the court know if I hear from her.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Megan Enriquez.
Yes, Judge, I'm here for John Coombs on James Stegemeyer. I do see he is there on screen. Could I go to a breakout room with him?
I'm sorry, James who?
Stegemeyer, he's in custody.
You want to spell that last name?
Stegemeyer.
And is it criminal trial division or family violence?
Family violence, Judge.
All right, I'll send you to breakout room number 13.
Thank you.
And Mr. Steigermeyer, if you'll go to 13, please.
Judge, this is Rebecca. Can you please send me in a breakout room with Victoria Villarreal? She's the inmate.
Okay. And you say Villarreal?
Yes, ma'am.
Villarreal, I'm gonna send you to breakout room number 14. All right, and then the person who's on Fabian Hernandez, is that correct? Oscar Hernandez, is that a case that was indicted?
Yes, it was, Your Honor.
Does your client have any middle name?
I have him simply as Fabian Herrera. Oh, apologize. Fabian Angel Herrera.
All right. Ms. Ferguson?
Yes, ma'am.
On Fabian Hernandez, that was set for a PTD update. Do we know what's going on with that?
I'll find out, Judge. Give me just 1 second.
Thank you.
I call what's Fernando or
What's his number?
it's right there. Oh, it's it right there.
Trouble with the camera. I know he's coming up with.
Artisha Whitley. You had better find a place and pull over.
Oh, I'm not driving, ma'am. I'm just in my car. I just got off work.
Again, everybody, somebody contact Hollywood because the CG for people who are not driving is awesome. Norma, any updates?
No, ma'am, I'm still trying to get a hold of them. They can just give me just a moment. Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Herrera, did you sign paperwork? Did you get an email? Hello?
Fabian Herrera.
I guess I'm talking to myself.
Yes, ma'am. We
Have you
emailed
signed
it.
all the paper? Has he signed all his paperwork? And where is Mr. Herrera? Because he's not on the Zoom screen.
I'm here, ma'am. Fabian's iPhone.
Did you sign all the paperwork?
We submitted the application, yes.
His Zoom ID is in the chat.
Mr. Herrera?
Yes, ma'am, we have submitted the application.
When did you submit it?
It's gonna be, you know what? You guys go in the breakout room and discuss this. I'm moving on to another case. You guys are going to breakout room number 1. Let me know what's happening.
Who are we discussing with, Judge?
The coordinator, you and your client.
Thank you.
They can wait there. I'll get there in just a few minutes.
Sending you to breakout room number 1.
Judge, I have the same issue. I have a PTD case. That's
Who's your client?
James Lidgy.
Can you hear us? Counselor, can you hear us? Do I unmute you here too?
It's gonna be a Monday today. I feel it in my bones. All right, Jason Nitz, I'm sending you to breakout room number 1.
Thank you.
And is your client in custody?
I think he's 16A.
There's a PTD for someone who's in custody?
Maybe not.
Yeah, he is 16A. All righty.
Judge, Tom, back from breakout room 6. Can you please put Angela Macias in number 6?
Ms. Macias, please go to breakout room number 6. And the attorney, Zepeda, you're on Vincent Guerra.
Yes, Your Honor.
And is your client in custody or on bond?
He's in custody, Your Honor.
Mr. Guerra, could you unmute?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have an attorney?
I'm trying to hire, my mom said if you can give her an extension to next week so she can get Edward Garza. She's gonna hire him. And if I can get a bond for my MTR.
No, here's the thing. Your attorney's being released, and I am not going to entertain any motions without your attorney. So, Mr. Padilla, what we're gonna do, this case is gonna be recalled for next week. And you're still on it until he comes in with an attorney. And if he hires an attorney, then I will consider your motion. Ms. Ferguson on Mr. Guerra, he needs a reset for next week, please.
We can come back on that Friday. Let me give you the date. Give me 1 second. The 21st.
All right, we'll be back on May 21st. Norman, can you let them know that Mr. Guerra can go back? And he is 14G.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
I'm excused, Mr. Your Honor.
Yes, you're excused, but you need to be back on May 21st.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm excused too, ma'am.
Just remain in the seat. A deputy will come to remove you.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. You too. All right, anyone else back from the breakout rooms?
Yes, Your Honor, Linda Corley.
Yes.
I have an offer if I can go into a breakout room with my client, Gilbert Balderas. I see him on the screen there.
All right. Is he in custody?
Yes, he is.
All right, Mr. Balderas, if you go to number 4. Mr. Hayek, who do you have?
Hi, I believe I have Adrian Herrera, Your Honor. I'm here in Wilson County right now in district court.
All right, who is it criminal trial division or family violence?
Criminal trial division.
All right, I'll send you to breakout room number 15.
Okay.
Judge, good morning. This is Jim Yanni. I'm here for James Robinson. He's in custody. It should be a CTD case. I just.
All
like
right,
to-
I'm sending somebody to a breakout room. Just give me a second.
Yes, ma'am.
You have him on.
All right, Ross Rodriguez.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
Oh, doing great. You know, people maybe are trying to turn this into a Monday, but I will not allow that to happen. It will be a Wednesday. So who do you have?
You want to make it a day of unicorns and rainbows, Judge. I hear
Hey,
you.
it is.
Judge, I have 2 on the docket today. The first one is, Your Honor, Mr. Christopher Donaldson. He's essentially, I don't know if he's on Zoom, Judge. He did have a family emergency. I don't know if you remember that he had a family member with cancer. That's why you allowed a extended PSI date.
Yes.
A sentencing date, not a PSI date. And it seems like these are the last days, Judge. So I was
Okay,
gonna
all
ask,
right, let's give me the name of your 2 clients, then we'll address all issues.
Mr. Donaldson, and the other one, Your Honor, is Mr. Ross Chavez.
Are these both criminal trial division?
No, they're not, Judge.
All right,
No,
Donaldson.
I take that back. They are, Judge. They are.
All right, I'm gonna send you to breakout room number 16.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Just one moment, Mr. Wood. All right, Jim Yancey.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, who are you here for?
I'm here for James Robinson. He's in custody. It's an MTR and a drug case. Should be CTD.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Judge.
My turn to
All right, everyone needs to make sure they are on mute. I don't want to hear conversations that you're having with other attorneys, because if you do, then guess what? It's not attorney-client privilege anymore. So, Mr. Yanni, I'm going to send you to breakout room number 17.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, so Bo Wood, you're back.
Yeah, yes, Judge. I was with Marcus. That was my error. It was Marcus, not Hunter. And my client has accepted the offer. The problem is she doesn't have access to, she doesn't have access to her email. We've got her dad's email. I don't think she has her phone with her. Is there a way we could set this off till Friday or maybe this time next week and just we'll do the paperwork between now and then?
Okay, just give me one moment.
He has an interview to go inpatient at Alpha Home. And that's what
Okay,
I'm
just-
encouraging her to go ahead and do that.
All right, just give me a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Ferguson is in the breakout room and we'll give you a date. So she should be out of the breakout room in a moment. Anyone else back from the breakout room?
Anthony Smith, Your Honor.
Yes.
And I've discussed getting the offer and I'd like to speak with my client, Carlos Gonzalez, please.
All right, Carlos Gonzalez, where are you? Is he in custody or on bond?
He's in custody.
Carlos Gonzalez, can you raise your hand for me, please?
14P.
All right, I'm going to send you to breakout room number 2 to speak with your attorney.
Thank you, Judge.
Carlos Rodriguez, I need you to unmute.
Yes, ma'am. Here, Judge.
Hi. Were you here when I gave instructions this morning?
No, ma'am, I was not.
All right. So next time you need to be on time. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if you're in a courtroom, are you allowed to wear a cap?
No, ma'am.
There we go. So everyone who Zoomed in late, you are to treat this Zoom as though you were physically in the courtroom. So whatever you cannot do in the courtroom, you can't do on Zoom. All right, anyone else ready?
Yes, Judge.
Who's ready?
We're going to bill on behalf of Ricardo Montregal, Judge. It's an MTR, but I've been conferring with the state and I need to finish conferring with him this morning. He's in jail.
Is it criminal trial division or family violence?
I believe this is criminal trial division.
All right, I'm going to send you to breakout room number 18.
All right, thank you, Judge. I really appreciate it.
Judge Javier here, can we go back to my situation here?
All right, let's see if your client showed up. Just 1 second.
Well, I don't think so, Judge. He doesn't even know about it.
All right, so just give me a second. Let me see if he showed up. And it's Jose Fernandez?
Jerry Fernandez.
Jerry Fernandez.
Judge, we're back from the breakout room.
Just give me a moment. To the clerks in the back,
Yes, Judge.
is there a reason I don't have the violation report on Jerry Fernandez?
Let me take a look real quick.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Nitz on Lidgy.
Yeah, I believe they're going to reset this. There hasn't been a status update yet. I would like to be put in my in the breakout room briefly with the with my client, and then ask to be excused after we speak.
So first things first. So a pretrial diversion was offered, is that correct?
Yeah, they're in the process of evaluating, I believe. He signed the necessary paperwork, and we're still awaiting for awaiting the decision. I believe the sticking point is they're waiting for Haven to interview him for a spot there.
All right, just 1 second, because I don't see your client on the docket. Just give me.
LIDJI.
He's on. I saw him. Hold on.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's on the last page of the recall.
Okay. Yeah, not on mine. So let me see. Just give me a moment. All right, Norma on Lidgy, can I get a reset date for the evaluation? Jerry.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I get a reset date on Lidgy? For PTD?
They can come back in 30 days, Judge. They can come back on the 16th.
All right, we'll see you back on June 16th.
He's currently set on the 17th of May. Will we be dropping that setting?
Yes.
And may I be put in a breakout room and then dismissed when I'm finished?
Yes. Let me see. You were in breakout room number 1, Mr. Lidgy. If you'll go to breakout room number 1, please. And Mr. Padilla, I'm just waiting for the violation report on your client.
Okay.
All right. Who else had a pretrial diversion issue?
Oscar Hernandez for Fabian Angel Herrera.
All right. When are we coming back on Herrera for a PTD update?
Same date, Judge.
All right, we'll see you back on June 16th. You and your client are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Hey, Judge, it's John Kuntz appearing under Megan Enriquez's screen.
Yes. Yes.
I've had a chance to meet with my client, James Stegemeyer, the one that I filed the motions to have him examined for competency and sanity.
Yes.
So his health seems to be good. So thank you very much for accomplishing that so quickly.
Okay.
Were you able to sign the motions, Judge, the other day? I know I had sent over the amended motions that you had pointed out the issue with.
No, I haven't. The clerks have not given me the motions.
Okay.
So the clerks, could I have the motions on Stegmeyer, please? Motion for competency, if you want. The court can actually file the motion and have it expedited.
Sure. Yes, the sooner the better. He's an elderly man and he's been in COVID quarantine. He's got a spider bite that they have him on wound care with, all sorts of issues going on with him right now.
Okay.
Plus he has Parkinson's.
All right, we're gonna make that happen.
Thank you very much, Judge.
All right, just give me, yes. All right, we'll make sure that the evaluation is filed. Do you need anything else with your client?
I was going to go back and tell him what's going on, but can I be excused from there?
Well, make sure your client comes back in the main room so that we can dismiss him.
Oh, Okay, that might take, you might need to bring him back manually if you can.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll let Norman know that he can go back.
Okay.
If you'll stay in the room with him until a deputy comes to remove him, that would be great.
Okay, I just need 30 seconds with him right now.
All right, so he's in breakout room number 13. I'll send you there.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Yes, you can just go there on your own. And Norma, can you let them know that 16B can go back?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Javier, they're calling pretrial services to get your violation report. Norma, on Bowood's client, Miss Cox, they're going to do a plea agreement, but there's some issues with her email. When can we recall that back?
Tomorrow.
All right, are you able to do it tomorrow, Mr. Wood?
That's what I'm looking at right now. I'm kind of stretched tomorrow. Is there a chance we could do it Friday or possibly next week?
Norma?
We can do it Friday or Monday.
Monday, if I could.
All right, then we'll see you back on the 17th. And if your client is having trouble with
yeah, she needs to come in.
Zoom, then she'll need to be in.
Thank you, Judge. Erica, did you hear that? Monday.
Okay, over
And
Zoom?
Erica, it's no, because your email isn't working. So you need to come to 300 De La Rosa. It's the 187th District Court. It's on the 4th floor.
And she's given me an alternative. She's given me her father's email, and I just sent that to Marcus and to Norma.
Does her father's email work?
Yes.
All right, and are you going to have access to that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this is what's going to happen. Monday is the last day that this court will accept a plea. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So if your Zoom isn't working, you need to find out that it's not working in the morning time. And if it's not, you're going to need to be in court if you want the court to accept your plea, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else ready?
I'm sorry, Judge. I was on the phone. You said she's going to be in person or she's using her
She's going to use her father's Zoom.
Oh, okay.
Anyone else ready?
Judge, I've met with my client, Carlos Gonzalez, as well as the prosecutor. There's some issues as to his mental health records that need to be obtained, I think, to a presentation to the district attorney to see if we can modify the offer. So I would see if
I just printed it out.
ask if the court would entertain a 2-week reset.
Where are the records? And when are you going to have the records?
I'm sorry, what did you say, Judge?
Where are the records and when will you have the records?
Well, that's the question as to when I will have the records, but the records are at the jail. And there may be some additional records that need to be fleshed out.
So then a 2-week reset is really not, because if I'm resetting it for a specific reason, I want to know when we will have the records. Because I don't just want to set it, oh, we're setting it for 2 weeks and then we come back in 2 weeks and then it's, well, I need to get the records. So has he already signed a release for you to get the records?
No.
So when is that going to be accomplished?
We could probably get that done within a week.
And are the only records the records at the jail? Or are there other records?
There may be some other records, Judge. I just want to give the court the full benefit of all the information. So the court, if it has to make the decision, is able to do so, but I'd like to first present it to the assistant and DA and see if they're amenable to modify the offer in light of those records.
All right, you need to go to breakout room number 2 and have your client come back to the main room. And then I'll take your matter up.
You want me to go back and talk with the client?
Yeah, he needs to come back to the main room so he can hear this.
Okay.
And everyone, just give me one moment. All right, and Mr. Smith, if you'll just go to the bottom of your screen and click on the breakout rooms, you can go back to the breakout room.
I don't see, I just see leave meeting. It's the
No,
only thing.
there should be where you can click on more and click on breakout room. Okay, I'm gonna move you to breakout room number 1.
Sounds good.
Fine to be there. Mr. Hayek?
Right here. I talked to Mr. Saunders. We want to pursue restitution. He needs to reach out to his victim for an accurate figure. So he wants a couple of weeks, and I'm fine with all that. Because I have to have an accurate figure to ask my client if he can do it.
All right, Adrian Herrera, are you here?
I don't believe he is, John. I told him to wait till I could call him because I was trying to get through with Floresville.
All right, have him zoom in and then I'll give you a reset date.
Okay.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Oh, you're here, Mr. Herrera?
Yes, ma'am. I'm right here, ma'am.
All right, you need to show your video.
Yes. Just trying to figure out this phone real quick. There we go.
All right, Norma on Adrian Herrera.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we recall this in 2 weeks, please?
Yes, ma'am. They can come back on the 28th.
I'll have to check my calendar, but that sounds good now.
All right, we'll see you back, Mr. Herrera, on the 28th at 9 a.m.
Sounds good, ma'am. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
I'm excused.
Thank you. Yes, you're both excused.
Judge, may I approach?
Just give me a moment. All right. Everyone, just give me a moment.
I got it.
Thank you. Can you give it to Judge?
Is it the only one you're missing? This one. How about the other one? She has the other one?
Which one?
Another violation report. On the Nicole.
Where? Which one?
The second.
I gave her all of them.
Jerry Fernandez and the other one. So she. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. All right, to the attorney on Jerry Fernandez.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Mr. Padilla, have you seen your client at all?
Yes, Judge, I saw him shortly after I was appointed. He was still in custody at that time. But after that, he was given a PR bond, and I've had no contact with him since.
All right, we're going to go on the record. Court is calling NIMAC number 606246, State of Texas versus Jerry Fernandez. Can I have the parties announced for the record for the state? Anyone from the state?
I just got back. I can fill in, Judge. Joey Garcia for the state.
Javier
For the
Padilla
defense?
for the defendant, Your Honor.
All right, we're proceeding by video because of the pandemic. Any objections from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any objections from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, this hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 10:01 a.m. Deputy Laura or Deputy Mejia, has there been a Jerry Fernandez in the courtroom?
No, Your Honor.
And he has not been on the Zoom screen as well. Mr. Padilla, have you had any contact with your client?
I have, Your Honor. I spoke to him while he was still in custody shortly after I was appointed. Thereafter, he was given a PR bond, and I don't have any other information on him. PR does not have a phone number for him. And I've had no contact with him since my initial visit.
All right. And according to the violation report that the court is in receipt of, the defendant has not made contact since March 22nd, 2021. At that time, he was transported to Haven for Hope, and then he exited Haven for Hope willingly, and no one has had any contact with him. All right, state.
State requests that his bond be forfeited and a warrant be issued for his arrest.
Okay. And the court will remand your client without bond. If you have any contact with your client, please let the court know, and the court will reconsider.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you. If you have nothing else with us, you're excused. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Lesniak.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, we have an agreed recommendation. I sent a chat to Ms. Ferguson to forward me the paperwork. It's my email address. I want to make sure she received the chat because I've been waiting a while.
Okay. All right. And then she'll get that paperwork to you, and then we'll take up your case. Sylvia Cavazos.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Who do you have?
I have, it's just a bond hearing. Brandon Sierra, he is on.
Brandon Sierra?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it criminal trial division or family violence?
Family violence, Judge. I
All
did
right.
talk with David Martin and he didn't have an answer for me.
Okay.
We're not in agreement with it, Judge, but
all righty.
just you could look at our motion and.
And you said it's Brandon Sierra.
Here, yes, Judge. It's a CM case. He was arrested on March 9th and he has had full house arrest the entire time. And so I have attached a letter of employment.
Just one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
I have to find the motion.
Okay.
I have it. Thank you. All right, thank you. All right. David Martin, are you ready?
Yes.
Court is calling CM 082554, State of Texas versus Brandon DeAndre Sierra. Could I have the parties announced for the record, please, for the state,
David Martin.
for the defense?
Sylvia Cavazos.
All right, and are you Mr. Brandon Sierra?
Yes, ma'am.
We're proceeding with this hearing by video because of the pandemic. Any objections from the state?
No objection.
Any objections from the defense?
No objections, Judge.
Mr. Sierra, do you have any objection with this hearing taking place by video?
No, ma'am.
So we're here, a motion to amend conditions of bond. State, have you had a chance to review the documents?
Yes, I have.
And are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right, we'll start with defense. Defense, this is your motion.
Yes, Judge. Judge, we filed this motion to amend conditions. The only condition we're hoping the judge will amend is in lieu of full house arrest, since that he's had since March the 8th, to just amend that condition to partial GPS to allow him to go to work and then, of course, come back home. We have attached to our motion a copy of an employment letter that specifies, this is from Valerie Vasquez, an operation and recruiting manager at Primacore Solutions. And she does confirm in that letter that they did have a phone interview. So he knew he couldn't leave his home. So he was able to have a phone interview. And so they did offer him a position with them. And it's a temp position, but there's a possibility that he could gain full-time permanent employment. And so it's 8 to 5, and we're just Monday through Friday, and we're just hoping the court will allow him to have employment. He'll still be with the GPS monitor. We're not asking for that to be removed completely. We're just asking for the court to consider for him to be able to go to work and come back. Also, due to the fact that we're not having trials right now, it's not indicted yet, but I believe it may be a very long time before we do have a trial, since it's a very new case. And so without employment, it's just difficult for him to maintain his household and things of that nature.
Have there been any bond violations?
No, Judge. And also, he has no prior criminal history.
State?
Judge, just due to the nature of the offense, we would oppose it. And also the company itself, I don't know if, since it's a temporary agency that provides staffing, the letter, I don't think says where he'll actually be working. So I don't know where the warehouse is, if it's anywhere near schools or anywhere nearby near where children may be, where he could have access to them. So just for that reason, we would oppose.
All right. And he'll be working in the warehouse, is this correct?
Yes, that is what is in the letter. I did provide this motion and the letter to Mr. Martin as well yesterday, where he, if he needed more detail, he could have also called or let me know, and I could have called and gotten more specific information for him. So we can also get back with the court with a particular address and things like that if the judge, if you do grant him the opportunity to work. Also, because he'll be earning $12 an hour, part of our motion does include, if the court decides to grant this, then to waive the fees if possible. If not, we understand completely.
All right, court will grant the motion. The defendant is allowed to work Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. I know your hours are from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's what's in the letter. You'll have 30 minutes to leave from your house there and 30 minutes to get back home. Do not violate this order. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And state if there is anyone specifically or a specific location that you would like him to have no contact with. I'm assuming, Mr. Sierra, you know where the complainant lives. Is that correct?
Yes.
You are not to have any contact with that address. You are not to be on that street. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, is there anything else from either side?
No, Judge.
Judge, just with regards to the fees, if
Oh.
we could waive the GPS fee.
All right, waive GPS fees. And if they don't, then I'll put place on indigent status.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, if there's nothing else, you and your client are excused.
Thank you so much, Judge.
You're
Have
welcome.
a good day. Thank
All
you.
right, you too. All right, who are the parties on Roberto Vasquez? Roberto Vasquez, who are the parties?
In the courtroom, Judge.
Morning, Your Honor. Robert Featherston representing Mr. Vasquez. He's present in court.
All right, who is the prosecutor?
David Martin, Judge.
Yeah, I did the paperwork, Judge, but I guess, can Bob and I go to the breakout room real quick?
Sure.
Judge, my computer's online, so if you put that online, I'll step outside the courtroom.
All right, courtroom, if you could go to breakout room number 2, please.
I got it.
Oh, then, David Martin, if you could go to breakout room number 2. All right, Mr. Gonzalez, have you made it out of the breakout room? Norma, could you have a deputy go to breakout room number 1 and help Mr. Gonzalez remove himself from that room, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anyone else back from breakout rooms?
Your Honor, it's Michael Goins, if I may approach.
All right, Michael Goins, yes.
Your Honor, I'm here once again on Crystal Watson. It is a bond violation hearing. I talked to both Marcus and Hunter about this. She is currently on bond with Cowboy Bell Bonds. They've had no contact with her since January. I've left numerous messages on her cell phone.
Right,
that
we're gonna take this up right now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's the prosecutor on this case? Or
I
is there a
talked to
prosecutor?
Hunter and Marcus.
All right, who's available?
Judge, I just gave him a number for bond company, so I don't know what's going on.
She's not here.
Okay.
Oh, hey there, I can do this, Marcus, if you want. That's right.
All right, court is calling NIMAC number 596144, State of Texas versus Crystal A. Watson. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hunter Morris for the state.
For the defense?
Michael Goins for the defendant, Your Honor.
We're proceeding by video because of the pandemic. Any objections from the state or the defense?
None from the state.
And from the defendant, Your Honor.
We are here on a violation report. Have both parties had a chance to review the violation report?
The defendant has, Your Honor.
State?
Judge, the state would ask for a bond forfeiture.
No. Have you reviewed the violation report?
Oh, yes, sorry, Judge. Yes, I have reviewed the violation report.
People, we will not make today a Monday. We're going to have patience in our pockets. We're going to pull it out as needed. We're going to sprinkle it. We're going to sprinkle it like confetti. Just 1 second. Anyone who's not a part of this hearing, you need to mute yourself. All right, it is 10:14 a.m. This hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. The defendant, Deputy Mejia and Deputy Laura, is there a Crystal Watson in the courtroom?
No, Your Honor, she has not.
And there has not been a Crystal Watson on the Zoom screen. Mr. Goins, have you had any contact with your client?
I have not, Your Honor. I've contacted the number that was given to me in my appointment letter, left messages, and I've heard nothing back.
All right, state.
Judge, the state would ask for a forfeiture of bond and a warrant.
All right, that will be granted. Your client will be remanded without bond. Of course, if you have contact with your client, let the court know, and the court will reconsider once your client presents herself.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, Hunter.
Yes, sir.
All right, are we ready on anyone else?
Judge, I'm back from
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Linda, I'm sorry, is that Linda Corley or is that Lesniak?
Judge, this is Jorge Canales. I was trying to get back to a breakout room with Tom.
All righty. And Jacob Davila, I have a question for you.
Yeah, so I remember yesterday.
Could you unmute for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is the absolute last time I'm going to tell you about the lack of professionalism that you're showing on this Zoom screen. And I'm probably about to save your life. You are not to use paper clips to pick your teeth. Do you understand?
I'm sorry. Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what floss is for. That's
Sorry,
number
ma'am.
one. Number two, no one on this Zoom screen wants to see you flossing with any item. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If there is one more issue with you, you're going to have to appear in court. I don't know if you're having issues. I don't know if the dye from the tattoos on your lid is affecting your brain, but I am not going to have you behaving inappropriately on this Zoom. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Find a seat, take that seat, and don't move from that seat until we are finished with this Zoom. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Linda Corley. You're muted and you've been waiting patiently. Okay, 1 second.
Okay, there we go. I got it. I just couldn't find my mute button. I had it down too far on the screen. We have an agreement, Judge. I did send it over to Norma. I'm just waiting on paperwork. Let me check again and see if I've gotten that. It's to continue, extend.
No, I don't want to know what the
Linda,
agreement is.
Linda, that paperwork has been sent to you and to Melissa. It's been sent over about 20 minutes ago. I don't know what.
All right, could everyone please use the chat box? That would be greatly appreciated.
I've sent over messages in the chat box, Judge.
All right, who are the parties on Roberto Vasquez?
It's me and Robert Featherston there in the courtroom.
We're here, Judge.
We just
All
have
right,
a
thank
couple modifications to the paperwork just to make sure it's.
All right, what are the
correct.
modifications?
We had initially recommended deferred adjudication. I think he wants regular probation. So we would have to add in the punishment in the paperwork to be 1 year in the Bexar County Jail.
Is that correct, defense?
Judge, that is correct.
And that
Okay,
we recommend community supervision instead of deferred adjudication.
all right, anything else?
And then on the actual steps for the judicial confession part,
Yes.
we need to re-add the by applying pressure to the throat or neck of Victoria Rojas for the manner and means.
Judge, that's correct. That was my bad.
And that should be everything.
All right. Court is calling 2020 CR 9472, State of Texas versus Roberto Vasquez. Can I have parties announced for the record, please, for the state,
David Martin.
for the defense?
Robert Featherston representing Mr. Vasquez, Your Honor.
And are you Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
We're proceeding by video because of the pandemic. Any objections from the state or the defense?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Vasquez, I'm showing you what's entitled Defendant's Consent to Appear by Video. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily consented to appear by video. The court will also note for the record that the defendant is present in the courtroom, and this is one of the days where the court is allowed to have in-person hearings. Next, Mr. Vasquez, I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily consented to appear by video, and the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Vasquez, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that document with your attorney, and did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Judge, we're going to proceed on the lesser included offense of assault bodily injury, married cohabitation.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Vasquez, I'm going to show you a document entitled Courts Admonishment and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on lesser included offense of assault bodily injury, married cohabitation? That's a Class A misdemeanor. The range of punishment is up to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail and up to a $4,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
You're going to need to speak up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses to this offense?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
You believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do.
Mr. Vasquez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Next, I'm showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney, and did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault bodily injury, married cohabitation. Punishment is to be assessed at 1 year in the Bexar County Jail. There's a $1,000 fine. State recommends community supervision. State will take in consideration County Court Cause number 644317. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. The BIPP course, no harmful or injurious contact with Victoria Rojas. Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
What was that again?
Primary custodial parent.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that to be the entirety of the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Judge.
Defense, is that the plea bargain agreement?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver Repeal. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you electronically sign it or physically
Honor.
sign it in both places?
Yes,
Did you
Your Honor.
understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. The state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 2 years. There'll be a top evaluation and 100 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state, and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
then to the lesser included offense of assault bodily injury cohabitation as a Class A misdemeanor. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence to support the defendant's plea.
Offer states one with the attachments.
Any
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Vasquez, I'm going to show you a document entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, right, for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call them the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. Other reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, if you please support, Roberto is accepting responsibility for his actions and is respectfully requesting the court to follow the plea bargain and place him on community supervision.
All right, Mr. Vasquez, where are you working and what do you do?
Right now I'm in Eagle Pass, auto parts, in the auto parts business, automotive.
But you live in Bexar County or no?
No, I'm in Uvalde, Texas.
Are you asking that his probation be transferred?
I can come over here.
Judge, if it pleases the court, he can still report in person. The only thing we need to get straightened out is your analysis, if the court orders that, as to which laboratory you will go to.
Okay. So he's going to remain in Bexar County and have his probation
For the
Bexar
present
County?
time, Judge.
All right. How often do you drink alcohol, Mr. Vasquez?
Socially on the weekends.
Oh, I'm sorry, everyone. Just give me one moment, please.
She's going to ask you a series of questions. Just go ahead and answer them as truthfully as you can.
Okay.
And again, with the probation, we'll just, see how that works. And if it becomes too hard, then we'll try to get it transferred to Uvalde County.
That's good.
You doing okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Weird storm we had. Some weird stuff.
Indeed.
COVID, pandemic, winter storms. Just massive shootings, man. It's crazy people.
Taking a day at a time.
I thought my case was bad, man. It's like, damn.
All right.
Good morning.
So, Mr. Vasquez, you were saying that you just drink socially?
Yes.
Are there going to be any issues with you with Drug use?
No, ma'am.
All right, have you ever used drugs?
In high school?
Okay. All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to follow your agreement, sentence you to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail, suspended and probated for 2 years, $1,000 fine that will be probated. Take in consideration 644317. There's an affirmative finding of family violence, the BIPP course. And with regards to Victoria Rojas State, have you spoken with her? Does she want to have contact with Mr. Vasquez?
Let me pull that one up real quick.
Mr. Vasquez, is your relationship over with?
Yeah, we haven't, since this happened, we haven't spoke.
Do you all have children together?
No, ma'am. No, Your Honor.
All right, do you have any objections to not having contact with her?
Do you have any objection to not having contact with her? Are you?
Do you
okay
want to
with that?
have contact with her? Is it over?
No, I'm good. No, no.
All right, then we'll do no contact. Because that was a part of your agreement that it would be no harmful or injurious contact with Victoria Rojas. But if you're telling me that relationship is over, you don't want to have contact with her, then I will put that there.
I mean, by phone, if she calls me,
I mean, you can hang up.
okay. I mean, okay, but we can't talk on the phone or?
No, I mean, that's why I'm asking you. Do you want to have
Okay.
contact with her?
Judge, if it please the court, may I address the court?
Yes.
Your Honor, we prefer for it to stay as a no harmful or injurious contact. He has no intention of contacting her, but you just never know if he's going to run across her in a small community like he lives in, or she might call on the phone, and we just do not want to have any problems with compliance while on probation.
Okay.
It's not his intention to have contact with her, but you just never know.
All right, we'll do, and David Martin, did you discover if she's okay with that?
There are a lot of notes in here from her. We've spoken to her several times. mm, mm,
All right, Mr.
She says that they're not in a relationship, but she doesn't really say either way whether she does or does not.
All right, it'll be then no harmful or injurious contact with Victoria Rojas. But Mr. Vasquez, don't you reach out and contact her. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
All right, and then I'm being informed by probation that in order to be supervised by Bexar County, that you will need to, you have to either live or work in Bexar County to be supervised here. So do you live in Bexar County?
No, Your Honor.
Do you work in Bexar County?
No, Your Honor.
Then you cannot be supervised by Bexar County, so you'll have to be transferred. So where are we transferring him to, Mr. Featherstone?
That would be Uvalde County, Judge.
All right, so no harmful or injurious contact with Victoria Rojas, 100 hours community service restitution, random UAs, make sure it's for alcohol, transfer to Uvalde County, regular reporting by Zoom or in person. You can either do the 100 hours community service restitution, or you can pay $7.25 per hour to the Uvalde or San Antonio Food Bank. It's completely up to you, or you can do the hours.
Okay.
Proof of employment within 30 days. Rebecca, is there anything else that he would need?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Vasquez, is there anything else that you need in order to be successful on this probation?
No, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, next I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Vasquez, from here on out, while you're on probation, every decision you make, you need to ask yourself, is what I'm doing, could this potentially result in me being sent to the Bexar County Jail for 1 year? You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
So make right decisions and don't drink any alcohol. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you. I'm gonna send you to breakout room number 1. The probation officer will meet you there to go over conditions with you.
Thank you.
And Rebecca, if you can go to number 1, please.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, anyone else ready?
Yes, Judge.
Yes. Yes, Ms. Lesniak?
Yes, I've signed the paperwork. My client has signed the paperwork. It's Raymond Gutierrez.
All right, as soon as I have the paperwork from the clerks, I'll take that case up.
Good morning, Your Honor. It's Kelly Green. I'm present for Roberto Villarreal. He was supposed to appear in person this morning for a plea.
All right,
It was
just give me a
recalled from
moment.
yesterday. Yeah, recalled from yesterday.
All right, just one moment.
Judge, I'm also ready on Nicholas Rios, just to make an announcement.
Okay, just give me a moment. Could I have the parties on Gutierrez, Raymond Gutierrez? Who are those parties?
Attorney Melissa Lesniak for the defendant.
Marcus Sanders.
Mr. Gutierrez, where are you?
He's in custody.
And then go to the DA's office. Some of the other side.
Mr. Flores, you need to mute yourself. All right, the court is calling 2017 CR 7713W State of Texas versus Raymond Gutierrez. Could I have the parties announced for the record, please, for the state?
Marcus Sanders.
For the defense?
Melissa Lesniak.
All right, we're proceeding by video because of the pandemic. Any objections from the state?
No objection.
Any objections from the defense?
No objection.
Mr. Gutierrez, I'm showing you a document entitled Defendant's Consent to Appear by Video. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily consented to appear by video. Next, I'm showing you what's entitled Motion to Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Raymond Gutierrez Jr. who was placed on community supervision in 2017 CR 7713W for the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams on July 10th, 2018 for a term of 5 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, state.
Condition number 5, in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Raymond Gutierrez Jr., did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed on December 3rd, 2020, and January 6th, 2021, in violation of condition number 5.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True. Waive the other.
Any objections to the state's waivers?
No.
Mr. Gutierrez, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 5, the court could find it true, grant the motion, and sentence you up to 4 years in prison? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 5 true. Is there an agreement?
There is, Judge. We're asking that you deny the motion, alter and amend to order state ISF substance abuse track.
All right, is that the agreement?
Yes, Your Honor, and the defense asks that this court please follow the agreement. The defendant does want the additional assistance.
Mr. Gutierrez, are you asking the court to follow that agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had drug treatment before?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of drug treatment have you had before?
I had attended ISF before. Is that considered drug treatment?
If it was the substance abuse track, yes, that
Yes,
is
ma'am.
considered drug treatment.
Yes, ma'am.
What are the drugs that you've been using?
I was using methamphetamines. That's the only drug I used.
All right, so is the last time you used before you were taken into custody?
Way prior before I got taken into custody.
All right, this is what the court will do. The court will deny the motion, alternate amend conditions, state ISF, substance abuse track. And you're to remain in custody, and also I'll do a referral to felony drug court. Is there anything else from either side?
Nothing from defense.
Nothing from the state.
Mr. Gutierrez, from here on out, you better not miss reporting. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Every decision you make from here on out, you need to ask yourself if this is something that could result in me going to prison for 4 years. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to send you to breakout room number 1. Let me find where you were.
Thank you.
Yes, just give me a moment. And probation will go over conditions with you. All right, everyone, just give me a moment while I inform probation what happened with Mr. Gutierrez.
Norma, this is Linda Corley. Can you check and see if my client's signature got on the paperwork? Because it just on my side shows that he viewed it.
Yes, ma'am. Give me 1 second.
Your Honor, my phone is literally on 1% right now.
You probably should plug that in.
All right, anyone else ready?
Judge, I may be ready. We had a little issue with the paperwork, but I think my client's signature's on it. Norma was checking.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay.
And
As
Judge,
soon
if I
as-
may, on Mr. Madrigal, if you could put me in a breakout room with him.
Okay, just 1 second.
And Your Honor, on Nicholas
Wait,
Rodriguez.
one second. So who needed to be in a breakout room with their client? Mr. Bell, is that you?
That's me, ma'am. Yeah.
And which client?
It's Mr. Madrigal, L6.
Okay. You're in number 18.
Thank you, Judge.
And so Mr. Madrigal, if you'll go to 18. And then Mr. Anders. James Anders.
I'm trying. Yes, Judge.
Yes, who is your client?
Her name is Montoya Callahan.
And is that criminal trial division or family violence?
It's family violence, and I spoke with Mr. Martin.
All right, I'll see you to breakout room number 2.
I've actually spoken with him today.
Okay, do you need to speak with your client?
No, ma'am. Actually, I was going to make a request.
All right, just one moment. Just
right there.
Just one
Yeah,
moment. Yes.
Sure.
Because there are other people ahead of you. I just thought you needed to go to the breakout room.
Yeah. Rock on. Rock on.
Ruben Florence. Ruben
Yes, Judge.
Flores. Yes, who
Yes,
do you
Judge.
have?
I have a Carlos Rodriguez. He had court last week
All right, is
and
it criminal trial division or family violence?
it was criminal trial. Judge.
All right, Ruben, I'm going to send you to breakout room number 2. A prosecutor will meet you there.
Okay.
All right, who are the parties
morning.
on Valderas? Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Green, who do you have?
I have Roberto Villarreal. He's supposed to be present in person in court for a plea this morning. It was a recall from yesterday. Roberto Villarreal.
Is there a Roberto Villarreal in the courtroom?
No, Your Honor, he is not.
Your client's not in the courtroom, just give us a moment. Who are the parties on
Robin.
Gilbert Valderas?
Linda Crowley for defense.
Go Ray, Judge.
Is your client in custody or a bond?
He's in custody, Your Honor.
Mr. Valderas, I need you to unmute. Court is calling 2018 CR 11012, State of Texas versus Gilbert Valderas. Can I have the parties announced for the record, please? For the state,
Joe Ray Garcia.
for the defense.
Linda Corley.
All right, and are you Mr. Valderas?
Yes, ma'am.
We're proceeding by video because of the pandemic. Any objections from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any objections from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Valderas, I'm showing you what's entitled Defendant's Consent to Appear by Video. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you electronically sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily consented to appear by video. Next, I'm showing you what's entitled Motion to Revoke Community Supervision and state's motion to supplement pending motion to revoke probation. Did you review those documents with your attorney, and did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Gilbert Valderas who was placed on community supervision in 2018 CR 11012 for the offense of assault, family second offense on May 15, 2020 for a term of 4 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
State?
Violated condition number 5 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Gilbert Valderas, did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed for the months of August, September, October, November, and December 2020 in violation of condition number 5.
How do you plead to that, true or not true?
True.
State waives the remaining allegations.
Any objections to the state's waivers?
No objections, Your Honor.
Mr. Valderas, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 5, the court could find it true, grant the motion, sentence you up to 4 years in prison? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 5 true. Is there an agreement?
Yes, Your Honor. We ask you to deny the motion, alter and amend extending 1 year and adding IOP.
Is that the agreement?
It is, Your Honor.
Mr. Valderas, are you asking the court to follow that agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Why are you not showing up?
I just was not making the right decisions at that time.
How old are you?
I am 39.
Do you want to go to prison for 4
No,
years?
no, I do not.
So you're saying that you're not making the right decision. It's not telling me anything. Why are you not reporting? That's the number one thing you have to do.
I was at a bad time, ma'am. I was going through a lot with my case. I was unable to see my children. I had a lot on my plate, and I like totally regret that. I am sober. I've been sober already 8 months. I'm sorry. And I am ready to do what I need to do.
But I mean, you're telling me other things that are, going on in your life, but you still haven't told me anything. Why didn't you pick up the phone and call your probation officer? Nobody knows where you are. Why didn't you report? That's my question. And you haven't answered it.
I don't have an answer for that, ma'am. I just stopped. I was working a lot, and I just didn't have I don't know. I'm sorry, ma'am. I just stopped reporting.
Judge, if I may intervene, I believe
Yes.
we've talked a bit, and I think what he's trying to articulate is that he was having trouble with his life. He was not stable. He was having issues with drugs. And all of those things combined, he was not making good decisions. He decided to not report. He quit reporting because of all of those reasons. We've talked a lot, and I do believe that if the court will follow the agreement, that he will be stable. He now has a job. He has a good job. If he gets out, they are going to be giving it back to him, and he is ready to be compliant and do all the things that are required to be successful on this probation. He's in a better place emotionally as well, and is on a stronger footing, Judge. And I think that if you give him an opportunity, he can show you that he can do what is necessary to avoid going to prison. He knows that that's where he's headed if he doesn't get this right.
All right, Mr. Balderas, do you have the ability to Zoom?
Yes, I do.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court will deny the motion, extend him for 1 year, alter and amend conditions to include weekly Zoom reporting until further notice. And there will be the UA hotline or patch. The thing about the UA hotline is you don't know when you're going to receive the call because it's random.
Yes,
With
ma'am.
the patch, you put the patch on. If you're not using drugs, then it'll come back negative. If you are using drugs, it's going to come back positive. The difference is the patch is expensive. I think the patch is like $100 a month. So it's completely up to you whether you want to do the UA hotline or the patch. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if there's nothing else, we'll close the record. And I'm going to send you to breakout room number 1, Mr. Balderas.
Thank you, Judge. May I go there with him as well?
Yes, and please be patient when you go in that room because there's probation officer is there, but she's going over conditions with someone else. And everyone, just give me a moment so I can let probation know the results of this last hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused? May we be excused from that room?
She left.
I saw that. Ugh, didn't quite get that in there. I'll just go in.
Judge, I'm going to send you a chat.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, anyone else ready? Anthony Smith, we're back on you, and your case was, is it Carlos Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, I need you to unmute.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All right, Norma, on Carlos Gonzalez, can you recall him in 2 weeks? Defense is going to obtain some medical records for him.
Yes, ma'am. He can come back on the 28th.
All right, we'll see you back on May 28th.
All right,
thank you.
Thank you. And Norma, you can let them know that 14P can go back.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, anyone else?
Yes, Judge, on Nicholas Rios, we just need a reset on that case.
You say Nicholas Rios?
Yes.
Is that case indicted?
It is.
I don't have the file. Just one moment.
Hold on.
Does your client have a middle name?
Hang on, Judge. Nicholas Michael Rios.
Okay, because sometimes it's filed differently. All right, to the clerks, I need the file on Nicholas Rios, 2020 CR 10117. Thank you. All right, anyone else?
Judge, if I may,
I think I'm ready.
All right, just one second. I'm going to take up Brenda Livingston and then I'll take you, Ruben. Yes, Brenda.
I think our plea paperwork is finished. James Jenkins.
All right, I don't think he sent anything through because the court doesn't have any plea paperwork to sign for Mr.
Okay.
Jenkins. Do you need to be in a breakout room with him?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jenkins, I'm going to
Yes,
send
ma'am.
you to breakout room number 4.
thank you.
And let me just find you on the screen. All right, Nicholas Rios. What is happening with Nicholas Rios?
Judge, there's 2 cases that might both be misdemeanors and one may be filed as a felony, depending on, I think the state's waiting on some medical records. And they said they need a couple weeks to figure that out. And we'll wrap up all 3, hopefully.
Okay, state, how much time do you need? Because it's set on the docket as a plea today. Did they tell you how much time they need?
Judge, I just need a short reset. I also just got some new discovery from defense this morning concerning this case. I just need some time to reach out to intake so I can give a global offer.
Okay, so how much time do you need?
A week is fine.
All right, Norma, on Nicholas Rios, can you recall this in 2 weeks, please?
Yes,
Wait,
ma'am. 28.
May 28th. Is that good for you, defense?
Yeah, May 28th is fine.
All right, Mr. Rios, you need to be back by Zoom on May 28th.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you both are excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, it's Kelly Green again. I'm back on Roberto Villarreal. I don't believe he's in the courtroom. I don't know if you want to issue a warrant or
No, just give
recall
me a
it.
moment. Ruben,
Yes, Judge.
yes, what is happening with Mr. Carlos Rodriguez?
Yes, Judge. We had issued a BF on him. He contacted me this week and I'll set it up for today. I conferred with the state. They have made me an offer and my client is inclined to take it, but he is sitting outside his employment today because I got a hold of him yesterday afternoon. So he's got to get back to work. I was going to see if maybe we could set it up for next week sometime or he can
Jacob
ask for the-
Davila, just a moment. Jacob Davila, could you unmute, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
What are you eating?
I
I'm sorry?
was missing my tooth.
I'm sorry, what?
Your Honor, I was missing my tooth. I have a messed up tooth.
Mr. Davila, how old are you?
13, Your Honor.
All right, I'm not going to address any more issues with you. The next time I have to address some issue with you for behavior, you're coming to the court. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Carlos, if you get the paperwork done, we'll do it today. Or either we'll recall it tomorrow. You're muted, Mr. Flores.
I'm sorry, Judge. Okay, Judge, let me see if we can get the paperwork today so that he doesn't have to miss 2 days of work.
All right, thank you.
May I approach briefly, Your Honor? It's Raymond Bell.
Who's asking to approach?
Raymond Bell, Your Honor.
Yes.
I wanted to report to you on the Madrigal case, Judge.
Yes.
We're real close to resolving it. We're still waiting for restitution to be provided by the complainant. The DA is supposed to get that sometime this afternoon. So we'd like to see if we could do a week reset for disposition on the MTR in the new case.
Okay, we've been waiting to hear this MTR, according to this, since November 9th, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
And it is now 2021.
Yes, ma'am. There was a new case that came in that got filed, and that was the reason for the 2-week reset when we appeared back on April 28th. They've reached out to the complainant. She's supposed to get the restitution by this afternoon, and it has an impact on what we're going to be able to do in terms of resolving the cases. And that's why I'm only asking for a week, Judge. I don't want to delay anything any further, but we do need to have that information in order to make a good decision on what to do with the MTR and the new charge.
All right, Norma, on Mr. Madrigal,
Yes, ma'am.
can you set that for a contested motion to revoke?
Yes, ma'am. Give me 1 second. I can do it June 1st. In the
All right.
afternoon.
We'll be back June 1st in the afternoon. If you all work out an agreement, you work out an agreement. If not, it'll be a contested MTR on June 1st at 2.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that, Your Honor. And may I be placed in a breakout room with the family bonds prosecutor on Christopher Garcia?
All right, Norma, can you let them know that L6 can go back? And
Yes, and
Raymond
Judge-
Bell, if you'll go to breakout room. I'm sorry, what is the client's name?
It's Christopher Garcia, Your Honor. He's on bond. And it's a family violence case.
Okay, I'll send you to breakout room number 4.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
And Judge, this is Linda Court. I just want to make sure I was excused before I left.
Yes, you're excused.
Thank
And
you,
Brenda,
Judge.
on your client, I'll go to the breakout room as soon as I have a break to help him and walk him through his paperwork, because he's not sending it through.
Okay, I told him that, and he looked at, he thinks he looked at all the emails and then he finished, but I don't know.
Okay, well, just one moment. Something has just come through. I'm going to send you and your client to a breakout room. The clerks will meet you there to see if they have all your paperwork to swear your client in.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'll send you all to breakout room number 5. And I'll send the clerk to number 5. So Mr. Jenkins, if you go to breakout room number 5, please. All right, Mr. Yanni.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, what is happening with James Robertson?
So the intention right now is to have Mr. Robinson, he's going to plead true to the allegations.
If
Ma'am?
you'll send the agreement in the chat box to Ms. Ferguson, and she'll get whatever paperwork your client needs.
Yes, ma'am, I have, and I've actually signed off on everything. My client is in custody and he is, we're gonna need a bailiff over there, I think, to pull up the paperwork for him because he's not able to find it right now. So we're just waiting on that. And then we should be ready today.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Norma, can you get a deputy to help Mr. Robinson?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me see what breakout room he's in. He's in breakout room number 17.
Yes, ma'am. What chair is he in?
Just 1 second. He's in 14F.
Thank you.
Brian Powers.
Hi, Judge.
Hi, who do you have?
Your Honor, I have Jason Boone. It's a motion for early termination.
All right, have you had a chance to confer with the state on that?
I have not at this time, Judge.
Okay, I'll send you to breakout room number 6. Is that family violence?
It is, but it would probably have to be CTD that handles it.
Yeah, family violence wouldn't be able to talk to him, Judge,
Okay,
due to his unfortunate relationship with my boss.
oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I completely forgot about that.
He
All
looks
right.
confused, so I figured I would remind you.
Yeah, I was like, what? Okay, I'll send you to number 6.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anthony Rabago.
Hey, Judge, we're back on the sentencing for Mr. Vasquez, Carlos Vasquez.
Yes.
We've gone over the PSI, and a letter of employment should have been sent to you as well, just verifying that he has a job and what he does.
Okay.
Carlos, 14F, can you help him get to a breakout room? And also,
All right, and your client is in custody?
He's in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, who's the prosecutor who's on this, please?
Marcus?
Okay, Marcus Sanders is in a breakout room. Is there another prosecutor available for sentencing?
I can do it, Judge. Tom.
All right, thank you. The state is opposed, but I'll read the agreement. And courtroom, could I have Carlos Vasquez, please?
Yes, Judge.
Court is calling 2021 CR 1473, State of Texas versus Carlos Diaz Vasquez. Could I have parties announced for the record, please, for the state,
Nisbet.
for the defense?
Anthony Rabago.
And are you Anthony Rabago? I'm sorry, are you Carlos Vasquez? It's turning into a Monday. Are you Carlos Vasquez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We're proceeding by video because of the pandemic. Any objections from the state?
None.
Any objections from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Court will note for the record that the defendant, Carlos Diaz Vasquez, is in the courtroom. The court will note that the plea occurred on March 30th, and that was done by video as well. Mr. Vasquez, do you have any objections to us proceeding with by video?
No, ma'am. No, Your Honor.
All right, the defendant entered his plea on March 30th. The court found there was sufficient evidence to find the defendant guilty. The court found the defendant guilty. According to the plea bargaining agreement, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 5 years. There is no application for deferred adjudication, and the state is opposing the defendant's application for community supervision. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report?
We have, Your Honor.
Any objections to the PSI report?
No, I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right, state, you're opposed to the application, correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Defense?
Your Honor, I think the opposition is primarily related to the prior TDC sentence. He has been to TDCJ before. But that was a while back. He takes responsibility for the poor choice he made to drink and drive. It put himself, his family, the community, and his immigration status in jeopardy. He understands all that. Knowing that, he feels like probation and the opportunity to do probation in your court will better serve the community, make sure that he can continue to take care of his family, and continue working. We've sent you that. He works as a maintenance manager at a 255 apartment facility that keeps him very busy. He does that as well as help other people with their work around their homes, including during the freeze when he offered to help people restore their plumbing for free when there weren't enough plumbers available. That was in February.
No. Is there anything else from defense?
No, no, Your Honor.
All
Well,
right.
if you'd like to talk to his wife, she's also available. If you need to verify anything with her.
Oh, no, I believe what you're telling me is truthful, and the court has received your letter. All right, Mr. Vasquez,
Yes, Your Honor.
it appears that you have an alcohol problem, that you are unable to control it on your own, because if you were, you would not be here. So you've been given probation before for driving while intoxicated. So I'm going to give you a choice. Sometimes I can give people choices. Sometimes I cannot give them choices. In your case, I'm going to give you a choice. And the reason why I'm giving you a choice is because, one, if I just sentence you to prison, you'll be out fairly shortly and your issues will not be addressed. So here's your choice. You can either go to prison and I will send you to prison for 3 years, or you can get treatment. But either way, you're not walking out of this courtroom today. So do you want to go to prison, or do you want treatment to help you with this alcohol problem that you can't resolve on your own?
I want the treatment, Your Honor. It's been too long. I'm getting older too. I've been with my wife for about going on 17 years now. The last time I was in TDC, I met this one guy, and he was an older gentleman. I was like, you know what? I don't want to be that person. That night that, I got the DWI, it wasn't a mistake. It was a choice. I messed up. So in the past, when I went to TDC in 2005, I decided, I don't want this for me. So, and I've been clean for the past 18 years since I met my wife. So, and then we had kids, and that kept me going. And all I do is work, and that's all I do. Yes, I do drink, at home. I don't, we don't. I just want to change for my girls.
All right. If there's nothing else, this is what the court is going to do. Court is going to sentence you to 5 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 6 years. There's to be no driving for the duration of your probation. So you're going to have to figure out some other way, because I'm not going to allow you to drive. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Referral to felony drug court. If not accepted, then SATA. 2-year Texas driver's license suspension. DWI education course. Victim impact panel. 10 days in the Bexar County Jail as a condition. Proof of employment within 15 days of release. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Is there anything else that you need in order to be successful on this probation, Mr. Vasquez?
No, just thank you for the, helping me with this addiction. It's an addiction. A lot of people say the alcohol is not, but it is.
right.
I'm fortunate that I don't do drugs, and I see.
Well, alcohol is a drug.
Right. I understand that. Like you said, I'm a maintenance supervisor, and the other night I had to go to a call like at 2:30 in the morning, and on the way to the call, I saw about maybe 10 people pulled over or crashes and stuff like that. And I'm just glad I never either kill myself or kill someone else.
All right, you need to let felony drug court know what your issues are. I'm sure they'll accept you into the program. Next, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you electronically sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, with that, we'll close the record. I'm going to send you to a breakout room. Probation will go over conditions with you. Courtroom, if you can go to breakout room number 1, please.
Yes, Judge.
And everyone, just give me a moment. I need to let probation know what the conditions are. All right, who's on James? Stacy Robinson. Oh, and courtroom, could you go to breakout room number 1, please?
That's me, Judge.
And who's the prosecutor?
Mr. Sanders.
Okay. Thank you, Marcus, for putting your video on. Everyone, just a moment. All right. Norma, can you find out where Mr. Robinson is?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else ready? Ross Rodriguez.
Hey, Judge.
Hi.
You had sent me out to a break room right when I logged on about 9:30. Anyway, Judge, nobody ever came back on, so I came back. Essentially, Judge, what I really wanted to do was Mr. Chris Donaldson was set for sentencing, but there was the family member that's cancer is like maybe got a few days left. So I just want to ask for a reset for him, Judge. Just allowing him the time to have that be with that person.
All right, so where's Christopher Donaldson?
I believe, well, he was on here, Judge. He was on the Zoom, Judge. I don't know where he went.
All right, see if you can have your client Zoom back in.
All right, Judge.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm late to the Zoom today.
Yes, who do you have?
I have Mr. Arlie Ponafala. It's set for a PSI today. I need a copy of the PSI. I'm waiting for Rebecca to join come back on the Zoom.
All right, I'm going to send you to breakout room number 1. She's in breakout room number 1.
Thank you.
And just ask her to email you the copy of the PSI report.
Thank
Jorge
you.
Canales.
Yes, Judge. This is James Anders when you get a chance.
All right, just one moment. Jorge Canales.
Judge, we have an agreement with the state. I chatted Norma as to the agreement.
All right, once I receive the paperwork, we'll go forward.
I'm dealing with Tom, by the way.
Okay, all righty.
Okay, thank you.
James Anders.
Yes, ma'am. So on Montoya Callahan, what would we have come to an agreement as far as the plea is concerned? My request would be that we be allowed to take the plea in a to come back in 30 days to take the plea, and if the court is interested in hearing the reasons why, I think it would benefit us to go into a breakout room with Mr. Martin.
All right, just give us a moment.
It'll only take a few minutes.
All right, where's David Martin?
He went to lunch.
All right, David, if you come to number 2 and
yeah.
James Anders, if you go to 2, please. And then when I come back, we'll take up Robinson.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Montoya, you need to unmute.
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date is going to be May 28th. The court will not accept any plea bargain agreements after that date. You can accept a plea or not accept a plea, but after that date, I will be giving you a jury trial date. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then you and your attorney are excused. I'll see you back on May 28th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Renadies, there she is. All right, we're back on Robinson. All right, the court is calling 2020 CR 2975, State of Texas versus James Stacy Robinson. Could I have parties announced for the record, please, for the state,
Marcus Sanders.
for the defense?
Muted. Jim Yenny for the defendant.
And are you Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
All right, we're proceeding by video because of the pandemic. Any objection from the state?
No objection.
Any objections from the defense?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Robinson, I'm showing you a document entitled Defendant's Consent to Appear by Video. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it?
Yes.
The court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily consented to appear by video. Next, I'm showing you what's entitled Motion to Revoke Community Supervision and
Yes.
First Amended Motion to Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review those documents with your attorney and did you understand them?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Are you the same James Stacy Robinson who was placed on community supervision and cause number 2020 CR 2975 for the offense of possession of a controlled substance including from less than 1 gram on May 12, 2020? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Great state.
My grandmother didn't send that check goes back by herself. No, she contacted you. I told her to do that. So
Okay.
Yes, sir, Judge. From the First Amendment motion filed April 21st, 2021. Condition number 1, on or about the 14th day of April, 2021, in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, James Stacy Robinson, committed the offense of possession of controlled substance, PG1, in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that, true or not true?
That's just off.
It's true, ma'am.
I understand these.
We'll waive the rest.
Any objections to the state's waivers?
No objections, Judge.
Mr. Robinson, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 1, the court could find it true, grant the motion, sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $1,500 fine? Did you understand?
Judge, you have to
yourself,
unmute
answer.
yourself.
Unmute yourself and answer the question.
Yes, Your Honor, I did understand that.
Now, the question is, did you understand that you could be sentenced up to 2 years in the state jail facility? Did you understand that?
Yes, ma'am. I did understand that, ma'am.
Did you understand that you could be sentenced up to a $1,500 fine as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find violation of condition number 1 true. Is there an agreement?
There isn't, Judge. We're both asking that you deny the motion. The state's recommendation is the same as probation's recommendation, which is a mental health evaluation and safety special needs.
And I would like to ask my client some questions and take some testimony from him and advocate for intensive outpatient or ISF. Also, the state is going to decline the new case against him, and there's going to be no indictment in that case.
That's correct.
Okay, before you do your argument, counsel, I want to let you know that your client has been here previously for a violation of condition number 5. The court altered and amended condition to include the ROARS program. And if he was not accepted, he was to go to felony drug court.
Yes,
and the previous judge, and when I say previous judge, the judge who accepted this plea, they've already tried intensive outpatient treatment for him. So the court is not going to be inclined for intensive outpatient treatment for him. So does anyone know why he didn't go to felony drug court?
I do not know, Judge.
So here's the thing. He's either getting inpatient treatment, or either he's going to felony drug court and he is going to get the mouth evaluation, which I don't understand why he hasn't had that done, because the judge who was here ordered that.
Yes, Judge.
So is there anything you'd like to say?
I would like to ask my client if he would engage with treatment and if he has a job and if he has a place to stay and if he's ready and willing to do what he needs to do. to try to fix his issues. I believe my client needs mental health treatment. I believe he needs drug treatment. He's never been to Safe P or ISF, as far as I know.
Mr. Robinson,
Yes, Your Honor.
do you want to go to the state jail facility and do your 2 years, or do you want to get treatment?
I want to do outpatient treatment because I
You're not doing outpatient treatment. Here's the thing. You cannot write your own program. If you could write your own program, we would not be here. You would not have picked up a new possession of a drug case because you would have been doing great on your own program. So you are not going to be in intensive outpatient treatment. So my question for you is, do you want to go to the state jail facility for 2 years, or do you want treatment?
Can I explain the reason why? What happened?
I mean, I'll listen to what happened, but what I'm telling you right now, you are not getting outpatient treatment.
So how can I do right on probation if I can't get outpatient treatment?
You're going to felony drug court or you're going to inpatient treatment.
Okay, how long do I gotta stay in inpatient treatment?
Until they think you understood everything. If you go to SAF, it's 180 days. If you go to safety, that entire program is 6 months at the facility and 9 months outpatient. I'm sorry, yes, 6 months and then 3 months outpatient.
Well, how can I go to MyOff instead?
If they are determined that MyOff is where you need to be, then you will go to MyOff, but you're still getting drug treatment.
Yeah, that's because I've been to MyOff already. I already know how MyOff works. It go by colors.
Yeah. Oh, he says it goes by colors.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I already been to that. That's what I'm saying. That's why I want to talk to you one-on-one, ma'am.
I mean, you're talking to me now. So my question for you is, do you want inpatient treatment, felony drug court, or do you want to go to the state jail facility?
What is felony drug court?
It's a drug treatment program, and they will either put you in inpatient treatment or outpatient treatment, but it's completely up to them.
I already go to felony drug court to see what they say.
Let me just tell you, if felony drug court doesn't accept you, you're going to inpatient treatment somewhere else.
Okay.
All right, the court will deny, alter and amend conditions to include referral to felony drug court. If not accepted, then Safe P special needs.
Or MyOff.
And there will be a MyOff evaluation. All of this is to take place while the defendant is in custody. Is there anything else from either side?
No, Judge. Nothing from the state.
Mr. Robinson, don't come back here picking up any new cases. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
You have decisions to make in your life. Either you want to spend the rest of your life at the Bexar County Jail, the rest of your life in and out of prison. That's completely up to you. You understand?
Yes, ma'am. So I get released?
No, you're going to be in custody. I'm sending you to breakout room number 1. Probation will go over conditions with you.
Okay.
You got a panoramic. You got to see everything.
May I approach Judge?
Just one moment. Mr. Robinson, if you'll go to breakout room number 1, everyone, just give me a moment so I can let probation know what his conditions are. Okay, who is ready?
Judge, I wanted to, Raymondville, on behalf of Christopher Garcia, I wanted to approach and give you a status report on this case.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the second trial setting on Mr. Garcia. He's got a pending assault choking case. I've gotten an offer from the prosecutor, but at this time, Mr. Garcia would like to go ahead and proceed to trial.
All right, Christopher Garcia.
He's on Zoom, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Garcia, we're going to call you back on May 28th. At that time, I'm going to give you your trial date. The court will not accept any further plea bargain agreements. Could you unmute for me, please?
Yeah, I'm unmuted.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Garcia, so your case is going to be recalled on May 28th. You'll appear by Zoom. At that time, I will give you your trial date.
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, do you have all the discovery?
Yes, ma'am. As far as I know, there may be a affidavit we're looking for, but if we don't have something there, I will contact the prosecutor before the 28th.
All right, thank you. You and your client are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, let me see if I found that. On Jenkins, yes. Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Powers, and I will take care of that issue right now.
Thank you,
So
Your Honor.
you and your client will be excused. Let me find that document. Just give me a second. All right, Mr. Powers, do you happen to have a copy of that motion? If you do, if you could email it to me.
I'll do that right now, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, and let me go to the breakout room to let Rebecca know.
And Judge, I just sent it.
Okay, let me see if I have it. Oh, let me see if it will download for me. Just give me a second. All right, it's been signed, Mr. Powers. You and your client are excused. It should be in the system.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Mr.
All right,
Boone,
you're
if you
welcome.
can-
All right, anyone else who's ready?
Your Honor, I am needing a breakout room with Arlie Ponafala to go over the PSI, and then we'll be ready.
Okay, thank you.
Judge Joseph Acevedo, we submitted all the plea paperwork for Mr. Smith.
All right, let me see. Okay, I'm going to send you to breakout room number 5 with your
Okay.
client, Joseph, and then they'll let you know if they have the paperwork.
I've already visited with my client.
No, your client needs to be, has your client been sworn in?
Oh, so he's gonna go to the room number 5?
Yes.
Okay,
So if you go to number 5.
yes, Your Honor.
And Dan Rodriguez,
Mhm.
what is your client's name?
Arlie Ponafala.
All right, I'm sending you to breakout room number 2 with your client.
Thank you.
All right, Ross Rodriguez, your client, Christopher.
Mr. Donaldson is logged on now, Judge.
Yes. All right, Mr. Donaldson.
I just saw him, Judge. It said Chris Donaldson.
All right, yes. So what is the issue? What is going on?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What is going on with Mr. Donaldson?
Out of your recall last time, Judge, that there's a family member that was severely ill. Looks like now they're on their last days with cancer, Judge. He would just basically, Your Honor, just like to be there.
Who is this family member?
That was his father-in-law, Your Honor. His mother is also she's very close. They're all very close, Judge.
All right, I'm recalling this next week,
Yes, Your Honor.
and he needs to be in court. Mr. Donaldson, you're not to appear on Zoom anymore. You're to be in court. So I'm recalling this. Norma, can we recall Mr. Donaldson for next week?
Yes, ma'am.
What date?
I can do Wednesday. It has to be in person, right? Wednesday?
Yes. All right, you're going to be here on May 19th, Mr. Donaldson, in the courtroom. Do you understand? All right, we'll see you then.
And Your Honor,
Yes.
also I have Ross Chavez for today. We were just needing to set a date.
Just 1 second. Let me find
Yes, Your Honor.
your other client on the docket.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Donaldson, if you don't appear in court on Wednesday, a warrant will be issued. Do you understand? You need to be in court. And you were supposed to be in court today.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, who else do you have?
Ross Chavez, Your Honor. We were just needing to set a date, Your Honor, to dispense with the MTR. I think you had wanted him also to appear in court. However, Judge, there was a mix-up. He had gotten ill, and then he had to rebond out. That's why we need to just set a date, Your Honor, to dispense with the MTR.
So what are we doing with this MTR? Is this a contested hearing? Have you talked with the state?
Yes, Judge. We did talk with the state last time. We were basically, you would advise that I basically show up, Judge, and I guess just, it's not contested per se, Judge. You're gonna decide once you had heard argument from me, Judge, to appear. But you wanted him to appear in court, though.
It's
So is
a
there a
tense
reason why
setting, Judge.
Yeah, why, is there a reason we can't do it today?
He's not in court, Judge. He was ill last time, Judge, and now he's gotten out, and you were going to set a date, I believe, to have him appear back in court, Judge. I mean, we could do it today, Judge.
Okay, he needs to be in court tomorrow. So this
Yes,
is
Judge.
being recalled for May 13th at 9 a.m. and he needs to be in court.
Yes, Your Honor.
And there'll be no further resets.
Yes, Judge.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I was disconnected. Could I get back in that breakout room with Arlie Ponafala?
Yes. Let me see. That's number 2.
Okay. We're almost ready.
Okay.
2 minutes.
I think I might be ready too.
Okay, I'm just waiting for the clerks to bring me the paperwork and then we'll go.
Okay, thanks.
All right, James, on James Jenkins Hunter, can you email me a copy of the discovery acknowledgement, please?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Court is calling 2021 CR 2309, State of Texas versus James Jenkins. Can I have the parties announced for the record for the state,
Hunter Morris for the state.
for the defense?
Brenda Levenstein for Mr. Jenkins.
And are you Mr. Jenkins?
Yes, ma'am, I'm present.
We're proceeding by video because of the pandemic. Any objections from the state or the defense?
None from the state.
None from the defense.
Mr. Jenkins, I'm showing you what's entitled Defendant's Consent to Appear by Video. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily consented to appear by video. Next, I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily consented to appear by video. Counsel, I'm showing you what's entitled Discovery Acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case? And did you review that discovery with your client?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Jenkins, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Jenkins, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendant's Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you
Yes, ma'am, I
electronically
did.
sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you understand what you're charged with is felony in possession of a weapon that's a third-degree felony? The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you understand if you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement? If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you understand that you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses? The state would call them the right to remain silent.
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that the court would grant your application for deferred adjudication? If for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses to this offense?
Yes, he has.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mr. Jenkins, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am, no one.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am, no one.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Next, I'm showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney and did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
According to the plea bargain agreement, state is requesting a $1,000 fine. The state recommends deferred adjudication. Did you understand that to be the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
State, is that the plea bargain agreement?
It is, Judge.
Defense, is that the plea bargain agreement?
Yes.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver repeal. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you electronically sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Counselor, have there been any such motions?
No.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 3 years and there be 60 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, I do, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
I'm gonna plead guilty, Your Honor.
State, any evidence?
State offer states one of the attachments, Judge.
Any objections?
No.
Mr. Jenkins, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor, I did.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. And after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. However, the court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Just that Mr. Jenkins is dedicated himself to being able to complete all the conditions of probation. He's relocating currently from Houston back to San Antonio to do his probation here.
All right, Mr. Jenkins, are you employed?
Not at the moment.
All right, how do you support yourself?
Well, I'm kind of self-employed at the moment until I get some employment down here.
All right, and are you currently in Bexar County?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right, if you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
Well, I don't know if I could pass, but I'm willing to take one.
Okay, no, but what do you think the results will be? Or what's the possibility?
I've used marijuana in the last week, so I probably wouldn't pass.
Okay, so you're gonna have to stop the marijuana use, you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Okay, and they're gonna be giving you UAs, and they're gonna give you UAs, and they're gonna be testing for levels. So those levels need to start going down. You understand?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
And then if you produce a negative UA, you can either do regular UAs or either you can do the patch. The patch costs more, but the patch is less constraints on your time because you put it on and then you know when you need to turn it in.
Yes, ma'am.
And you can either do the 60 hours of community service restitution, or you can pay $7.25 per hour to the San Antonio Food Bank. That's completely up to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And there'll be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. So if something ever happens with your Zoom and you can't Zoom, you can report in person.
Okay.
There's a $1,000 fine. that'll be probated.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jenkins, is there anything else that you need from the court in order to be successful?
No, ma'am, I think I can comply with everything that they asked, so just,
All right.
Lord, don't take me out.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you electronically sign it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right, because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
And Mr. Jenkins, if you didn't know before, you should know now, you're not allowed to possess any weapons or ammunition.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to send you to breakout room number 1. Be patient. Probation is in there speaking to other people, and they'll speak to you. Ms. Levinstein, you can go to 1 if you so choose. Otherwise, you are excused.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. And everyone, just give me a moment. I need to let probation know what his conditions are. Okay, who's ready? Anybody
Your
ready?
Honor, yes, Your Honor, I have a PSI that's ready. Arlie Ponifala.
Dan Rodriguez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you're ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, who's your client?
Arlie Ponifala.
All right, thank you. Let me pull your file.
And I believe Marcus Sanders is the prosecutor.
Okay. Let me just wait for, there's Brenna. Okay. All right, Brenna, Alexandra stopped by to say goodbye. She's leaving us. So, yes, so mom will not get to see her on our Zoom anymore, but I'm sure she'll find her, whatever court she's in, and I'm sure she's going to be doing great things. So I'm sort of sad, when people move on, it's like, great, they're moving on, but then it's like, oh, we're going to miss you. All right, court is going to call 2020 CR 12180, State of Texas versus Arlie Frederick Ponifala. Can I have the parties announced for the record, please, for the state?
Marcus Sanders.
For the defense?
Dan Rodriguez.
All right, and are you Mr. Ponifala?
Yes, ma'am.
We're proceeding by video because of the pandemic. Any objections from the state?
No objection.
Any objections from the defense?
None.
Mr. Ponifala, I'll note for the record that you entered your plea by Zoom on April 9th. Do you have any objections to this plea taking place by video, Mr. Ponifala?
No, Your Honor.
Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
All right, according to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 5 years in the prison. There is an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. The state is opposing your applications. State, is there a reason for your opposition to the defendant's application?
Yes, Judge. I guess one of the reasons is that he already has a felony conviction. The main reason, though, is the facts of the case. As it states in the PSI, and as you recall from the report, they basically beat up an innocent victim, knocked out one of his tooth. It's so bad that there was blood splatter on the wall. The facts of the case are pretty egregious for at least one of the ag robberies that I've had. So that's why I'm asking that you deny his application.
All right. Defense?
Your Honor, if you read the PSI, what it appears to be is that these three people, Mr. Ponifala, the complainant, and Mr. Ponifala's girlfriend, were using narcotics together. A fight occurred over the complainant making advances towards Mr. Ponifala's girlfriend, and Mr. Ponifala and his girlfriend did leave in the complainant's vehicle. There isn't a dispute as to whether or not there was a theft and there was force used against the complainant, Your Honor. But the issue is the complainant is motivated to turn his life around and to stop hanging around these people that use drugs, and to make him and to do better for himself, Your Honor. And I think if you also read the PSI, the victim or the complainant, it was not contacted. There was no statement ever, from the complainant about this case because he's currently booked in jail somewhere in Texas. We don't know where.
All right. Is there any thing you would like to say, Mr. Ponifala?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to say sorry for the court for being here. I was under heavy drug usage and in a bad relationship at the time. And I'm just asking for a second chance.
Well, I'm looking at your criminal history. And when I look at your criminal history, you've already been on probation before. And the probation that you've been on before has been assault bodily injury. So it appears that you didn't learn anything from that because it says you're on probation for assault 6 months. And then there was a probation violation. And then your probation was extended for 15 months. And then there was another probation violation. So it appears that you have not learned anything. And then there's a theft, trespass, and then another theft, 1 year in the state jail facility.
Your Honor, if I may speak to that.
Yes.
If you look at the criminal history, what you'll see is that as a juvenile, it is true that he was placed on probation and didn't do a very good job on probation as a juvenile. But if you look at his adult history, he doesn't ever have a probation case as an adult. It looks like he just basically took time on the cases and wasn't ever given that opportunity to prove himself as an adult. I mean, I think we'd all agree that the difference between a 16-year-old and a 29-year-old, as far as maturity, can be astounding. And somebody who at 16 wasn't a good candidate for probation, at 29 could be.
I mean, that may be true, but this offense is a horrific offense. You have someone who's being airlifted to the hospital. And you have injuries that were possible life-threatening. Due to the injuries to the head. And then to top that off, I have someone who is minimizing their guilt as well. So I have a combination of all these things. Mr. Ponafala, I don't think you're a good candidate for probation. I mean, that's where we are. It appears throughout your short lifetime on this planet, you have not made any decisions, good decisions. And your decisions have resulted in people being injured. So.
Your Honor, there is the issue of, he does have a mental health history. If you read the TAP, the PSI, bipolar, the TAP recommends a dual diagnosis residential facility. If Your Honor sees fit, that could be a starting point for Mr. Arlie Ponafala to see if he is the type of person that will benefit from counseling and treatment rather than incarceration. To grant his application for deferred adjudication, but preface it first with the dual diagnosis or an ISF, substance abuse track, to get to the root cause of these problems.
I mean, the root cause of the problems is that he's beating them people. If you look at this, the co-defendant, she's the one who came on or went up to the complainant in this case. He's helping her with her bags. He approaches the door and the defendant grabbed him and forced him into the room. So he wasn't even in the room. The defendant forces him in the room, begins hitting him using brass knuckles. While the defendant was hitting him, he felt his teeth fly out of his mouth. You'd think, okay, somebody would stop right there. He didn't. He stated that he attempted to get away and yell for help, at which time the defendant stated he had a knife and would stab him if he did not give him his car keys. Victim stated he gave the defendant his keys and the co-defendant then fled in his car. And so my whole thing, if his issue is, oh, well, I think this guy is hitting on my girlfriend doesn't want to be a part of this. This whole taking of the vehicle just took it to another level. So
Right.
I'm going to deny his, yes.
I was just going to say, Your Honor, I mean, again, this is the root problem is a drugged mind is a clouded mind, and he's not thinking straight. And if we could get him into these dual diagnosis program or ISF substance abuse track, perhaps we could help another person avoid those choices in the future rather than incarcerate them.
All right, the court's going to deny your application, find you guilty, sentence you to 5 years in the prison, take in consideration 2020 CR 12179, give you credit for any time served. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. I'll refer you to the therapeutic community. They may or may not accept you. It depends on your charge and whether or not you volunteer for it. If you volunteer for it, then they may accept you in their program. Mr. Pontefalo, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you electronically sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Pontefalo, good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
My excuse?
Yes. All right, anyone else ready?
Yeah, I was ready, Your Honor.
What is your name?
William Kandra.
All right, your attorney is not here.
It's 2018-CR-2170. Mr.
Yeah.
Acevedo, it was 2017-CR-2170 when Zainari Fernandez, Sullivan Court said, I am not a victim.
Who
Yeah,
are you?
that was the case. I'm a defendant.
Okay, then, slow your roll, have a seat.
Oh.
We'll get to you when your case comes up.
Okay, I thought it was a Wednesday.
I have no idea what he's talking about. People are
I
trying to
know,
turn
it's-
this day until Monday.
Judge, can
All
I
right.
sit in that breakout room? Really
Yes.
quick?
I'll see you in breakout room number 1, Rebecca. William Kandra, where are you? All right, Rebecca, if Mr. Kandra doesn't come back, we're going to do something else with him.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Amanda Beltran, are you here? Amanda Beltran. Allison Elliott. Jose Fernandez. Jacob Davila. You need to unmute.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're here for a compliance hearing.
Well,
Just one moment, let me find you. Rebecca, I don't see the compliance hearing for him.
It was, I sent
Oh,
a
wait a minute.
on one.
Okay, I found it.
Okay.
Mr. Davila, you haven't been paying what you owe and you're delinquent.
Um,
You understand?
yes, ma'am. I can't see myself. Or can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I could hear you and see you. I just can't see myself. That doesn't matter.
Mr. Davila,
Yes, ma'am.
you're doing a
Yes, Your
drug
Honor.
test today. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you do not do that drug test today, if you miss any more drug tests, there will be a warrant issued. Do you understand? A motion to revoke is going to be filed. And what's going to end up happening is you will receive a bond most likely. And then when either you will make your bond or not make your bond. And if you don't make your bond, we'll hear your case from the Bexar County Jail. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are taking a drug test today. And the other issue they have with you is you have not made a single payment. You owe $2,600. You need to make your payment. You will start making payments and you're going to make a payment before this month is out. Do you have employment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you employed?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're going to start making a payment and you're going to make a payment before this month is out. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Before you get another tattoo and spend money on a tattoo, pay what you owe. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to send you to a breakout room number 1. You are to wait there until probation meets you there. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do not leave that room.
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, on,
Yes.
on Mr. Davila, there is also issues with the person. He has a no harmful or injurious contact.
Mr. Davila, let me go to have him leave this room. All right, when he comes back, let me see, who else do we have? Victoria Villarreal.
Judge, that was the one I just needed to talk to her. It wasn't a compliance hearing.
Okay, thank you. Robert Palacios.
I think that one is in the courtroom, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, is there a Robert Palacios in the courtroom?
He's in the courtroom.
All right, could you have him come forward on the screen, please?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Palacios,
Yes, Your Honor.
we have a problem and it's yes. All right, your problem is you are on probation for driving while intoxicated. Do you understand?
Yes.
Number 1 rule, you can't drink alcohol. Do you understand?
Yes.
Number 1 rule, you got to provide samples that are not diluted. Do you understand?
Yes.
Is there an issue? Why are you doing those things you are not supposed to be doing? That's my question.
I'm not doing it.
Here's the thing, Mr. Palacios. This is the last time we're going to have this conversation.
Yes.
Do not come back here with further testing where you're not testing, you're blowing high, or the fact that it is diluted. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to send you to breakout room number 1. Probation will meet you there shortly.
Okay.
Courtroom, could you go to breakout room number 1, please? Artesha Whitley.
Yes, Your Honor.
Rebecca, is this a,
She's, no, she was MTR by summons.
okay, who is her attorney?
I don't know who her attorney is.
All right, we're gonna find an attorney for you, Miss Whitley.
Okay.
So just have a seat. And when a summons is issued, Miss Whitley, that means you need to appear in court. Do you understand?
She had sent me a link and said that it was a Zoom.
Yeah. All right. We're going to recall your case. And we're going to recall it for tomorrow, and you'll need to be in the courtroom, okay?
Okay.
All right. And that'll be at 9 o'clock, and it'll be the 187 District Court.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you then.
All right.
4th floor, 187 District Court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. All right. Anyone else back?
Judge, I'm gonna be in breakout room 1, okay?
All right, everyone, just give me a moment. I'm going to breakout room number 1.
Norma, this is Ruben Flores. I'm back. I think we filled out the paperwork for the plea. I haven't seen a certificate of defendant's right to appeal.
Okay, Ruben.
Hello?
All right, anyone else ready?
We have plea paperwork in, but I'm not sure if we have received it all, Your Honor. Mr. Smith.
I haven't received
Joseph
it.
Acevedo.
All right, once I receive it, we'll go on
Yes, Your
it.
Honor.
Thank you. All right, who are the parties on a Sean Smith?
Hunter Morris for the state, Judge.
Joseph Acevedo for the defendant.
All right, the court is calling 2020 CR 11704, State of Texas versus Ashawn Daniel Smith. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hunter Morris for the state, Judge.
For the defense?
Joseph Acevedo, Your Honor.
All right, and are you Mr. Smith? Are you Ashawn Smith? Mr. Smith, you need to unmute and you need to start your video. And you need to take off that hat. And you need to unmute. And if you're driving, you need to pull over to the side of the road.
I'm muted. I'm unmuted.
Are you driving?
No, ma'am. I'm not driving.
Are you in the back seat of a moving vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're proceeding by video because of the pandemic. Any objections from the state?
None from the state.
Any objections from the defense?
No, Your
ma'am, I
Honor.
don't.
Mr. Smith?
I can't hear you, miss.
All right, so this is what I need you to do. I need you to take a deep breath. And I need you to listen to what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm showing you a document entitled Defendant's Consent to Appear by Video. Did you review it with your attorney and did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily consented to appear by video. Defense, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mrs. Smith, can you please listen to what I'm saying?
Yes, if I see the report, yes, ma'am, I have.
That question wasn't directed to you. It was directed to your attorney.
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery.
I believe
Mr.
they are,
Smith?
Your Honor.
I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision. Did you review it with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you the true bill of indictment. Did you review that document with your attorney and did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Judge, state would move to waive count 1, proceed on count 2.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith, I'm showing you what's entitled Court's Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Mr. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
you need to find a location and whoever's driving, they need to park.
To the that state. I cannot hear what you're saying. Okay.
Are you parked?
It's something on my phone. It's the vibe on my phone. Okay, now I can hear you.
Okay, the person you're with needs to find a space and they need to park.
It goes again, out again.
All right, so just relax. We're gonna go off the record for a moment. Mr. William Kandra, you need to unmute yourself.
I'm right here, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Kandra, how are you doing this morning?
I hit my head on a via bus or something.
Mhm. All right, so we have some issues with you.
Yes.
I don't know if it's because you hit your head on something or what's going on with you, but one, you will not disrespect the court. Two, if you go see probation and you're using profanity to address them, that's just disrespecting the court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
So first off, number one, you owe an apology to probation because
I'm sorry,
I don't allow
probation.
that. No, don't. You owe apology to probation. The same way you were screaming at probation and using profanity to them, that's the same way you need to apologize. Let me tell you what my issues are. If somebody takes out a full page ad to be disrespectful, when they apologize, it should not be under the cover of darkness. They should take out that same full page ad to apologize. So the same way you were disrespectful to probation, you need to correct that with an apology. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And I will not tolerate that. And I don't think a head bump is going to cause you to be disrespectful. So that's not going to happen again. If it does, and probation can't communicate with you, then they're probably going to be asking me to file a motion to revoke. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, they have determined the amount of restitution that you owe. If you think there's an issue with the restitution, then we can have a restitution hearing. Otherwise, I'm sending you to breakout room number 1, and you will be signing the amount for restitution. Do you understand? All right, everyone, just give me a moment. Let me go to breakout room number 1. All right, we're back on the record with Sean Smith. Mr. Smith, if you can unmute, please. Mr. Smith, I'm showing you a document entitled.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you a document entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. And Mr. Smith, I don't want to be seeing your inner ear.
I can't hear on my
Then maybe you need to be in the courtroom. Have that person drive you to the 187 District Court if you can't hear.
Take me to 187 District Court.
Can you, here's the thing. I want you to listen to me carefully.
Yes, ma'am.
Have that person park that vehicle and park it now. Do you understand? All right, so stop walking and unmute. Are you able to hear? Are you able to hear? All right, we'll see you in court tomorrow. You're to come to court tomorrow, Mrs. Smith. And you're to be in person.
Can you speak to me, miss?
No, I can speak to you.
I can't hear myself.
Can't hear. Okay, and now he's left the screen. Mr. Acevedo, we're going to call your client tomorrow. He's to appear in court and we'll continue the plea.
You're muted.
What time would you like us in court, Your Honor?
Are you available at 9?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, anyone else who's ready?
I believe we're ready. I'm ready, Your Honor.
Who are you?
Carlos
Judge.
Rodriguez.
Judge, he's my client, Judge. We're still waiting on the application for deferred and the certification of appeal. So we're not really ready. We've signed all the other paperwork.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I was just trying to be.
No problem. I'm going to send you to a breakout room.
Thank you.
I'll send you to breakout room number 4. All right, this person who's been here, who's listed as Zoom user, who are you? Yes. What's your name? Yes.
Justin Decker.
Justin who?
Decker, Decker.
It's a compliance.
Thank you. Okay, which page is he on, Brenna?
The first page of the recall. Kind of the middle of the page.
Okay. I don't see him on here. Did you say Decker?
Decker,
Mhm.
Decker.
All right, Mr. Decker. Let me see. All right, we have a problem with your UAs.
Yeah, I haven't taken the last 3, I believe.
Well, you're going to take one today.
Excuse me?
You're taking one today,
That's fine.
and you are going to provide proof of employment.
Yes, ma'am.
And we got issues with your no contact order. So let me
Yeah.
just tell you what's going on. No, it's not a yeah. Do you want to go to prison?
No, I don't.
All right, well, you're acting as though you do. You're on 10 years deferred for possession of 4,200 grams. Do you know how long you could go to prison?
Excuse me?
Do you know how long you could potentially go to prison on a possession case, 4,200 grams?
I believe 5 to 99.
No, but I mean, that's high. That still means you're not doing anything. You think it's 99 years. You could go to prison for 20 years. Do you want to go to prison for 20 years because you keep staying in contact with this Felicia Barker?
No, ma'am, but she was my girlfriend before all this had happened.
Yeah, but don't you have a no contact order with her? Yes,
Yeah.
you do. So you need to, that relationship is over. You have a no contact order with her. That means you can't have contact with her. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Then the other issue we have with you is you're not doing your drug test. You're going to do one today. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
The other issue they have with you is you say you're employed, but you have not provided any proof that you're employed.
I work for BG Multifamily, BG Staffing. I work for an apartment complex, and yeah, I can
Yeah.
send you.
Don't send it to me. Probation wants it. How old are you?
I'm 33 years old.
Why must you be treated like a child? I have to have this conversation with you face to face when you know this is what you should be doing and you're not doing it.
I understand what I'm supposed to be doing. It's just I've been
Well, I
going
mean, you
through
need to do it.
Yes, ma'am, I agree.
Unless you want to go to prison. Do you want to go to prison?
Most definitely not.
All right, then you need to start acting as though you don't want to go to prison. You've got to handle your business, and handling your business means you are not to have contact with Felicia Barker. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you all are living together, you had better find another place to live. I am giving you till Monday to resolve that issue. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You are going to provide proof of employment to probation. I'm giving you till Monday to make that happen. Do you understand?
Yeah, I'll do that today.
And you are taking a UA today. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now, if you're revoked, how much time could you go to prison?
I would hope not. I mean, I don't want to go to
No,
prison.
my question is, if you're revoked, how much prison time could you receive?
Yeah, 20 years from what you
All
told
right,
me.
so you had better start acting as though that's a real possibility. Every decision you make from here on out, you had better be asking yourself, is this something where I could go to prison for 20 years? Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to send you to breakout room number 1. Probation will meet you there and tell you what you need to do.
And Judge Kendra left without me doing anything with him. So,
All right, just file a motion to revoke, please.
okay.
And to probation, I need the file on Mr. Decker. I don't have it. I'm sorry, to the clerks on Decker. Thank you. Then I think, Brenna, we just have one more plea, then we're done. And I believe
Okay.
that's it for today.
Okay, no problem.
It's Jacob Decker. Let me see. Yeah, Justin Decker. All right, to the courtroom. Is there a Michelle Johnson in the courtroom?
No, Judge.
All right, is her attorney here?
Nobody's here.
All right, thank you. And courtroom, if you could check your chat box, please. All right, is everyone ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, as soon as I get paperwork, we'll proceed.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me, Judge, can I see you in a breakout room? It's Rebecca.
Yes, just give me one moment.
Ms. Reyes,
Yes, sir.
Yes, Rebecca, I'll meet you in breakout room number 1.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, awesome. Ruben, what is happening with your case?
Judge, we're ready for a plea.
All right, has your client been sworn in?
I don't believe so, Judge. We've signed all the paperwork. I think he just needs to be sworn in.
All right, I'm sending you both to breakout room number 2. And then after that, we'll be done.
Whenever you get a chance, I got sent to a room with a defendant that was in custody of Miss Macias, and I didn't see my client in there.
All right, you're supposed to be in breakout room number 2 with your client, and the clerk is in breakout room number 2 swearing everybody in. So your client, Mr. Rodriguez, is in breakout room number 2, and that's where I sent you. All right, thanks. Okay, are we ready on Macias?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the court is calling 2020 CR 11694 and 2021 CR 4248W, State of Texas versus Angelina Macias. Could I have parties announced for the record, please, for the state?
Hunter Morris for the state.
For the defense?
Jorge Canales of defense.
All right, and are you Ms. Macias?
Yes, sir.
We're proceeding by video on each of these cause numbers because of the pandemic. Any objections from the state?
No, no, ma'am.
None from the state, Judge.
Any objections from you, Mr. Canales?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Macias, I'm showing you documents entitled Defendant's Consent to Appear by Video. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you electronically sign them?
Yes, ma'am.
And in each of the cause numbers, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily consented to appear by video. And cause number 2021 CR 4248W, I'm showing you a document entitled Waiver of Indictment, Reading of Information and Rights under Article 1.05 and 26.03 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them, and did you understand, and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to have a grand jury hear the evidence in this case and make a decision on whether or not to indict this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that your attorney has certain rights, namely 2 days from the presentation of the information and 10 days from the presentation of the information to prepare for trial? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
The court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived indictment, reading of information and rights under Article 1.051 and 26.03 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Counsel, in each of these cases, did you receive all the discovery and that you review that discovery with your client?
Yes, I did, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovering each of these cause numbers. Next, Ms. Macias, I'm showing you a document entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision in each of these cause numbers. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
And cause number 2020 CR 11694, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
And in cause number 2021 CR 4248W, I'm showing you what's entitled Information. Did you review that with your attorney, and did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, and cause number 2020 CR 11694, it appears that you're proceeding on the indictment as presented. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
And in cause number 2021 CR 4248W, state, it appears that you're proceeding on the information as presented. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right, Ms. Macias, in each of these cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? And did you electronically sign them in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
And cause number 2021 CR 4248W, you're charged with the offense for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And in 2020 CR 11694, you're charged with the offense of robbery. Each of those cause numbers, the range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in each of these cause numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
In each of these cause numbers, did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in each of these cause numbers. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses in either of these cause numbers?
Yes, she has.
In either of these cause numbers, do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Macias, in each of these cause numbers, has anyone threatened you, forced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter a plea?
No, ma'am.
In each of the cause numbers, has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement to get you to enter the plea? Ms. Macias?
No, ma'am.
In each of the cause numbers, are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
In each of the cause numbers, are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. In each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
In each of the cause numbers, the state is asking that your punishment be assessed at a cap of 8 years in prison. The state is opposing your application for community supervision or deferred adjudication. Each of the cause numbers will run concurrently. There is to be no contact with Jasmine Reyes, Teresa Maria Castro, Felicity Ortiz, and Gabriela Rodriguez. Did you understand that to be the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea bargain agreement?
It is, Judge.
In each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you electronically sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Then in cause number 2020 CR, I'm sorry, counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then Ms. Macias, in cause number 2020 CR 11694, how do you plead? True, guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
For which one, ma'am?
Robbery. How do you plead? Guilty,
Guilty,
not
ma'am.
guilty, or no contest?
Guilty, ma'am.
And in cause number 2021 CR 428W to the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest, ma'am.
State any evidence to support the defendant's pleas.
State offer states one with attachments, Judge.
Any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
Ms. Macias, in each of these cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them, and did you electronically sign them in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing? Did you understand, again, that you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call on the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And in each of the cause numbers, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. The court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments in each cause number.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, in each of the cause numbers, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. However, the court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Norma, can I have a reset date?
Yes, ma'am. June 9th.
All right. Ms. Macias will come back on June 9th. At that time, I'll make a decision on your applications. My decision will be based upon the PSI report that I received for probation and also any other evidence that's presented to me. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to send you to a breakout room. Just wait there patiently. Probation will be there shortly.
Yes, ma'am.
And that'll be breakout room number 1. Jorge, you can go to number 1 or either you can be excused.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Judge, and that was a PSI only or PSI and TAP?
PSI and TAP.
Okay.
All right, could I have the parties on Carlos Rodriguez? Carlos Rodriguez, could you unmute for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the court is calling 2021 CR 3217, State of Texas versus Carlos Rodriguez. Could I have the parties announced for the record, please, for the state,
Hunter Morris for the state.
for the defense?
Ruben Flores for Mr. Rodriguez.
All right, we're proceeding by video because of the pandemic. Any objections from the state or the defense?
None from the state, Judge.
No objections, Judge.
Mr. Rodriguez, I'm showing you a document entitled Defendant's Consent to Appear by Video. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily consented to appear by video. Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Rodriguez, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you, I'm sorry, did you understand it, Mr. Rodriguez, and did you review it with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Judge.
Next, Mr. Rodriguez, I'm showing you what's entitled, thank you. I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you electronically sign it?
Yes.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendant's Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you electronically sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand what you're charged with is possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams. That's a 3rd-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and a fine up to $10,000. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call them, the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Has your client been able to provide you with any defenses to this offense?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Rodriguez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement to get you to enter this plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
I am.
The court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. I'm showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea The state is asking for $1,000 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication, and there's $57 to Helotis for drug testing. Did you understand?
Yes.
State, is that the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Judge.
Defense, is that the plea bargain agreement?
It is, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are any pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, are there been any such motions?
No, no such motions, Judge.
Outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is asking that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 2 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation and 120 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offense is charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence to support the defendant's plea?
State offers states one of the attachments, Judge.
Any objections?
No objections, Judge.
Mr. Rodriguez, I'm showing you what's entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call on the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
No, what testimony? I'm sorry?
There will be no live testimony.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. Court has reviewed states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. However, the court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes.
Mr. Flores, are we proceeding with sentencing?
With the judges? Yes, Judge, with the court's permission.
All right. Mr. Rodriguez, if you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
I would be dirty.
Okay, what are you going to be dirty for?
Marijuana.
And what else?
The methamphetamine.
Okay. All right. This is what the court is going to do. Court is going to sentence you to 2 years deferred adjudication, $1,000 fine. That will be probated. $57 restitution to Helotis Police Department for drug testing. Regular Zoom or in-person reporting to probation. 120 hours of community service restitution that will not be waived and you will not be able to buy out those hours. I'm going to start you off with intensive outpatient treatment with probation.
What does that mean?
That means that you're going to be in a treatment program to help you with your drug issues. There's going to be UA hotline, proof of employment within 15 days. Rebecca, is there anything else he needs?
No, ma'am, unless you wanted a field visit.
Oh, yes. We're going to do field visits, random. 2 times per month. All right, Mr. Rodriguez, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck to you. I'm going to send you to breakout room number 1. Probation will go over conditions to you, and you need to do whatever you need to do. And that means participate in the outpatient treatment program so that you will stop using drugs. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm sending you to breakout room number 1. And everyone, I'm